And now, live from the Man Cave, Studio B, deep in the heart of constitutional Livingston County, Michigan, on a Tuesday night, by their Fruit Rant, with your co-hosts, Kelli Uphaus Patrick Acton, Mr. Coffee monitoring chat, yours truly, Larry Parsons, our ever-present earwig, the real Tim Allen, behind the scenes. This is my brain. And now your host, the man with the plan, makes it all happen every week right here just for you, Mr. Jeremy Scott Gibbs. Several libtards were offended by this announcement and offended by Larry Parsons specifically.
Specifically. That's right. I hit him. Specifically offended by Larry Parsons.
Let's get everyone's microphones up.
Check.
What? Table.
I turned it on in my pocket and must have reached back down and shut it off. There were several libtards that were offended.
Oh, there
were. And specifically by you, because of you.
That's right. Was there a police report filed?
I think there was something along that lines.
No.
Had nothing to do with the show.
Hey, could I?
We haven't even done a disclaimer that has nothing to do with us.
Can I get the gentlemen that
Larry.
are on the rail side of the table to all shift to their left, please? You guys are all totally.
Well, they're anticipating Kelly, so I told them to.
I know, I understand that, but it just bugs me when they're.
I know, yeah. Anyways, show notes. Welcome everybody to the show. We will not disclose who is here, but we have a very important offstage guest who is monitoring the show, and we appreciate their presence in the background. We are not allowed.
Is President Trump here?
President Trump is not here. You would smell spray tan and lots of orange hair gel, but he is not here. So, but somebody is equally important to Livingston County, and we will be having an exclusive interview with this person coming up in the next few weeks.
Shortly.
They're gonna come back?
Larry,
well, it depends on the night. It's kind of a monitoring thing, and everything. Larry, your microphone is totally upside down, hanging down like a limp person.
Okay. Why not?
I got you muted. He's number 3.
He's got a paper clip holding that shit.
I'm also dealing with my entire button
We're
board.
a trucker. Truckers know how to fix shit.
Coffee, anything exciting to start us off in chat over there?
Nothing.
Nothing? You people are lame. Hit the like and subscribe button and tell us how much you love us.
There's some people here.
I know that. I know that. Well, I can see it.
Yep.
I'm trying something new on this monitor.
Louder. Baghead is over there.
What's up, Big Tim?
Big Timmy.
Big Tim Louder. Got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. We're going to get into it. But first, let's do our thing.
Oh, wait. What? We're getting spammed.
What? Are we getting spammed?
Yeah. I think it's over there on Twitch.
They can probably boost our entire
really
podcast.
like your stream. It would be great. That's why I followed and you'd love to hear. Would you like to see more people watch your stream?
Oh.
Sign up for my BS.
Sign up for my stream, and I'll help you boost your stream.
Yeah.
You never hit
Follow me back, and we'll be buddies.
Yeah.
Spam and eggs?
Yeah.
I've never had that.
Yeah.
So. Anyways, all right. Is play out working over here? Let's see if I've got this thing figured out. All right, let's do this. Tim.
Notice. Let's go to that.
Let's go to that.
This is my brain. Notice. There we go.
There you go.
This podcast is mostly raw and unfiltered, and like a fine mead, unfiltered, raw honey, and completely politically incorrect. We say Merry Christmas because Christ in the Mass is a thing we do, and we like the Pledge of Allegiance, especially the part about the one nation under God.
Hallelujah.
We thank our troops for their service. Thank you, gentlemen at the table.
Thank you, Larry. And
any guests that have any service? I don't know if our guest has ever served, but thank that person as well as they have. Well, they're serving in a capacity currently. We only recognize 2 genders. As adults, we enjoy adult beverages. We cuss. We do not curse.
What the?
Or swear. I promise I don't swear.
I don't swear.
May your children have pointed ears. I don't curse. Those are different than cussing. We love Jesus because he is our savior, but we hate religion and religious hypocrisis. Yeah, in the Greek. Yeah, hypocrites. Yeah. If any of this offends you, you know who you are.
You should have left by now.
Yeah, for sure. You coming back to the table sometime this year?
I am. My timer died.
Okay, now I can come back to you. There.
I don't know where my clock is, so my clock is.
You know what time it is.
It's go time on the show time. There we go. There's the main disclaimer, and now I'm going to go through these ones, and we're going to have a lots of fun. Lots of fun. Mr. Coffee.
Oh,
I should have this. Is that working?
Bears.
Sounds quiet.
Bears.
hello?
Let me check his audio.
Got it?
When you speak up, oh, you're still muted because we were muting Larry.
Am I there?
1 2 1 2.
There you go, buddy.
I'm there?
You should be there.
Okay. What am I reading?
Bars.
Hold on. No, I've got the screen up in front of him. He can't see it.
Tell us about bars. It's on the wall over his right shoulder.
Yeah, he can't read
Oh,
that.
right there. It's right in front of me.
Go, Coffee.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, except for bears. Bears will fucking kill you.
Oh, you did say it this time.
First F-bomb dropped by Mr.
I
Coffee.
got it out before he did.
Oh, yeah. Loud and obnoxious.
I can't believe you said
I
the F.
can't
you know
believe you
what?
said
I'm very
Bears.
offended by everything like that. Mr. Patrick Acton.
I would challenge you to a battle of wits, but I can clearly see that you are unarmed.
Unarmed, clearly disarmed, and useless. Larry, because Larry never picks this one.
Don't forget the
I
punctuation.
never picked this one.
Never
A
picked this one.
well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Shall not.
That is the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution.
What
It was
part of
issued-
shall not don't you get?
Yes, it was issued on 12/15/1791.
Wait, is that still valid? It's still valid?
Yeah.
We're going to talk
It
about that right at the top of the
expires
show. Never. We're going to
It
talk about
doesn't-
that
it
right at the top of the show.
doesn't expire. It is the amendment that gives the Constitution its teeth.
Makes all the other amendments.
It backs up your ability to freely speak, doesn't it?
It sure does.
There we go. And I will go with this one. In the beginning of a change, the patriot is a scarce man and brave and hated and scorned. When his cause succeeds, the timid join him, for then it costs nothing to be a patriot. You got to put some skin in the game, people. That's from Mark Twain.
Did some Karen file a police report against him too?
I don't know if they had Karens or police reports back when he lived, but maybe.
You had an official Karen report.
Yeah, official Karen report. That's just, they only care about you, Larry. And let's see. Oops. Did I just do the wrong one? I just did the wrong one. Let's see. And everybody, Tim, did you want to do one? Or you already did the opening?
I already did the opening, but I'm hoping to get buttons working before you get to the end of this. And
Okay.
they're not cooperating at the moment.
Never apologize and never explain. It's a sign of weakness.
John,
Are your
Move
feelings
her
hurt?
words down.
Oh,
Oh, girl, baby girl.
oh, really, baby? Oh, they cannot take the
There's
words.
another motion to strike her words again.
Girl, I don't think
We are gonna
so.
move and we're gonna take your words down.
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then
Okay,
you're not
reserve the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Chairman.
apologizing.
Chair recognizes Ms. Green.
I repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll
All
strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection. Without
Not
objection.
apologizing.
Chair
Reserving the right
recognize-
to object.
No, let's go. Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Apologizing.
Never apologizing. I just realized I was so derelict in my duties of not
Giving our special
guest
monitor.
an ability to hear
the show.
all of the
Nice
cool
job.
little kickbacks. So I ran over there. You know, multitasking. So there we go. We skipped over dinner. The corn sucked, but the corned beef,
was awesome.
the slow smoke, 8-hour slow smoke on the corned beef.
So you want me to do my rating right now?
I would
Are you-
really
are you
appreciate it.
You know I'm honest. The corned beef was excellent.
Yeah.
Signature salad, always top.
Yeah.
The yams, outstanding. I didn't have the chicken thigh, right?
Okay.
My freaking grandfather would not have fed that fucking corn to a cow, man. So you get a 4.2 on tonight, and it's only because of his signature salad.
Now let's
I'm
see.
just honest, man. You've had 4.9s, 4.95,
Let's see.
4.8s. This absolutely blew the whole. I'm a corn.
All right.
I've had better corns.
He
off
looked at
my
me and he
feet.
goes, what did you buy? Field corn?
Oh, yeah, it's terrible. Tim was backing you, saying, "Well, it could be." No,
It
Tim,
was
it
smoke.
fucking blows.
Listen. The corned beef,
Tim is your man.
I seasoned it.
It was good.
I put it on the smoker. I
Good.
cooked it.
It was good.
Okay.
That was good.
The
It was
yams,
good.
Didn't take much. They're in syrup. You
Yeah.
put them in the thing. You do that,
That's
all
good.
that, right? Those are good.
Good.
Okay. Patrick picks all the ingredients for the salad, signature
Yep.
salad. The corn, my mother-in-law picked up from Myers.
Don't
Usually go.
you're-
No, I'm not.
this is
Listen
worse
to the
than-
whole fucking explanation. She picked up the corn. I appreciated the corn.
Okay.
We had a couple pieces the other night. I thought they were good the other night. I soaked them for 6 hours today,
In
so
what?
that in water, so that you can put them on the smoker or the grill.
You
I
know,
broke
this
the
is
internet.
just a padded apology, I think.
Put it-
Apparently
Patrick,
got
come on,
unstable
you're my
connection.
age. It's kind of like a cloaked apology.
Maybe because
No.
you soaked it in that
No.
water.
Yeah.
It
What
kinda
I'm saying is,
pulled the flavor out.
I think you
I've
just man
never
up
had-
and say the corn sucks.
look, I said that right before you talked. I said the corn sucked. What I'm also saying is, I had no control over that. I had control
You're right.
over the corned beef. He had control over the salad.
Did
The
you see
yams
what
came
he
out of a
did?
can.
He destroyed his corn. There wasn't a
Larry didn't
seed
think it
left
was bad.
on the orange.
I threw out
There
the other.
wasn't. There wasn't he killed it.
I
Did
threw
you think that was good corn, man? Come
I
on,
threw
be
out
honest.
the other 3 ears that nobody ate.
Yeah.
And Larry,
I didn't go-
Larry's
I
looking
didn't
at me
go
like,
back. I didn't go back for a second.
what do
That's
I
a
need to
nice-
do? Take
that's a-
those with me? I'm like, yeah.
All
Corn,
right.
corn on the cob is one of my favorite things in the world.
I know.
It's summer.
I couldn't
It-
believe you destroyed it. I was like, man, he must have got a good piece. Because it
There you
blew,
go.
man. You were hungry.
Crazy. Crazy.
Anyway,
I could eat if there's good corn. I'll go past the steak. I'll go
point-
past the potatoes.
yes, me too.
And I'll
Coffee,
just
give me
have
a
6 or 7
4.2
years of
because
corn,
it's something I had
and
no
I'm
control
happy.
over.
Me too.
Corn was bad. The
Thank you.
problem is, that was the first year I had this season.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned it sets the stage for the whole season.
No, you'd
hoping
be,
not.
no, they
Hey, what's crazy? What did Crazy Town say? Look in the not the live chat, but the comment section. Scroll down below the video. It says Crazy Town said something.
That noise earlier, I was trying to get over to Twitch to
that?
take care of our little
there's
spammer,
nothing down there.
but I was distracted briefly, and when I got to Twitch, something else was playing.
Twitch. If you guys are over on Twitch, oh, there is nothing there. Why am I getting it? Says
Nothing where. Twitch is where I would like, if any of you have the ability to open a second window and pull up the Twitch feed, it's where you can actually clip the show.
Yeah.
There's a little button unless you're on their phone. And if Patrick was to mute his mic when he coughs, that would be great.
Yeah.
But you can mute the show. I'm arriving at Twitch right now, and I'm probably going to have to try to quickly mute something on the screen.
oh, she's in the regular. Well, it popped up in the regular live feed, but it was a frog in there, Patrick. Bentley Lake Farm stands have
Oh, yeah.
excellent corn. Just picked. Wait for the. Oh, excellent. Okay,
Yeah, they did.
we'll have to get some. It's the first time I've ever. I thought it was a little bland. I didn't think it was horrible. It wasn't
I
chewy.
didn't think it was horrible.
It just was bland.
Yeah,
and I'm used to a sweet corn where you
it
can eat it
wasn't-
without cooking it.
Whatever kind of corn it was, I can guarantee you it did not come
It-
from Michigan.
It was tender. I mean, you could chew it all the way down to the.
See, now we got these-
Are you hitting buttons over there?
I'm not. What are you hearing?
I'm trying to hit these specific microphones to mute it when Patrick's coughing, and it
You
shut
just
off all
muted
my-
Yeah,
it
everything.
just
Yeah.
but that wasn't the ones I was hitting.
Oh.
Tell you what, Jeremy.
Yeah.
If you have the vet tank this week,
Yeah.
I will pick up from Bentley Farms corn for that.
Excellent.
Okay?
Excellent.
night is
You will not go wrong with Bentley.
That's stand up.
Why is
Stand up has
Larry not there now?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let me go over to
When
Is-
you do, let's put
Everyone's
it that way.
muted.
When you do,
First,
I'll bring the
let's unmute
corn.
everyone.
is Companion working over there and the Vicor? Make sure Vicor is working.
And I had these terrible headaches, was diagnosed with having
Well, I had to
Anyway.
take top of my head off.
they had to take the top of my head off a couple times, see if I had a brain.
Yeah, down. All right, let's start off with this. The anti-gun rights Chief Justice of the Supreme Court Sonia Sotomayor.
She's not the.
Sotomayor.
Always
She's
liked
not
her
the
name.
Chief Justice.
Listen, I'm gonna say her name the way it's supposed to be, man. Sotomayor.
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 Sotomayor. It's like tomato. We had a discussion about tomatoes.
I missed it.
Sotomayor. Yeah. So Sotomayor. I think I'm gonna do it in Southern accent. I think it's would-be carjacker targets Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor, security detail officer, suspect shot. Now, if you don't know about Sotomayor, she's the one that said that the Second Amendment never really was about self-defense.
Oh.
Yeah.
What did she base that in?
Liberal dynamics, liberal doctrine.
She
It
must
has
not-
nothing to do with
yeah.
logic or reality.
She never read American history.
No. She was an Obama, the long, tall Mac Daddy appointee.
Liberal logic.
Liberal logic.
Maybe she went to college in Canada.
Maybe. Well, I mean, half our college, all of our colleges are taken over. The majority of them. A would-be carjacker was shot on Friday in Washington, D.C. when he pointed a gun at U.S. Marshals assigned to protect the home of U.S. Supreme Court justices near the residence of Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Sotomayor.
Two deputy U.S. Marshals were on duty working a protective detail in the 2100 block of 11th Street. Well, now everybody knows her address. At 11:15, when Cantrell Flowers, 18, he's probably pissed about his last name, exited a silver minivan and approached one of the unmarked Marshals' vehicles.
That's it. We got to ban minivans.
Yep.
We got to ban minivans.
We got to ban minivans.
The last name Flowers, unless you're.
Hey, stop rubbing your mic.
You're rubbing your mic on your chin hairs.
Oh.
Scoot it down just a hair. No, don't touch it. Good God.
Hold on.
We're trying to do a quality show here.
Like bears.
Flowers pointed a handgun at deputy U.S. Marshals through the driver's side window in an apparent attempt to carjack him, according to police. The deputy marshal pulled out his service arm and fired approximately 4 times at Flowers through the window, because one is never enough.
Four is restraint.
According to a police criminal complaint, a second marshal from another vehicle then responded and fired his weapon, because 4 is never enough. U.S. Marshal Service confirmed to Fox News that the deputy U.S. Marshal involved in the shooting incidents were assigned that unit to protect the residents of a U.S. Supreme Court, blah, blah, blah. We already knew that. There's the gun, the offending, it fired all bats. So this is the gun that never shot that they have on display. But the 2 marshals that shot, where's a picture of their guns? Were they using Glocks? What were they using? I just want to know.
I got a serial number on it. I'm just curious.
Probably it's on the other side. Oh, and you know what? It's fuzzy. It's probably right there, right underneath that Smith & Wesson line. Anyways, Flowers was shot in the mouth. You don't have a pretty mouth anymore. And rushed to a hospital with non-life-threatening. How do you have non-life-threatening injuries? Wait. There was at least 4 shots from the one marshal.
Yeah.
And at least 1 shot from the other marshal. Doesn't say how much. And he got hit once in the mouth, and it's non-life-threatening.
Knocked out a tooth. He probably had a.
Could have gone sideways.
Knocked it out.
Oh, he shot the gold tooth?
Yeah. Deflected off of that.
So Flowers, authorities recovered a 40 cal Smith & Wesson with 8 rounds, 40 cal ammunition in a 13-round magazine. So here, listen to this next line. Flowers was arrested at the hospital. He faced the charges of armed carjacking, carrying a pistol without a license, and possessing, wait for it, a large capacity ammunition feed device. Listen to the bullshit explanation of that. A large capacity ammunition feed device.
Wait, for that handgun?
Well, 13 round capacity.
They think 13 rounds is large capacity.
A baker's dozen.
What are they,
But
stupid?
it's actually, I don't have my reading, but they said feed device.
That's what it says. A large capacity
Instead of
ammunition
clip, it's
feeding
now a-
device.
All right.
Ammunition feeding
a
device.
large
Feeding
feeding
device.
device would
Feeding
be
device.
125 rounds.
Hey,
of
you know
rum.
what? We live
That
in.
would be a large.
Come on, we live in the age of chest feeders.
I got to keep my mouth shut
and
because we have a guest here.
and birthing people. Birthing people and chest feeders. So I guess if we're talking about a large capacity ammunition feeding device, we can't call it a magazine because somebody in Libtardville might think that
now so far reduced that they're birthing people and
Yes.
breastfeeders.
Well, yes, and a large capacity ammunition magazine. There might be some libtards out there that think it is just a many-paged, multicolor thing they hold up in their face that doesn't involve their phone.
Yes, photos.
It's a
on it.
magazine,
Yeah.
right? Because they don't know what a magazine is.
What, they had one of these?
Yeah, that's a large capacity magazine. They look over there, guys. That's a large capacity magazine.
2 drums underneath the bottom of the clip.
Yeah, under what, a 9mm?
9mm.
Yeah,
that is a large.
ridiculous.
That's not what they had.
Feeding device.
Feeding device.
Feeding
Large.
device.
Write that down. Write that down in the show
I got it
notes.
up there.
A large capacity ammunition feeding device.
That's what that is.
We're going to do that. Feeding device. So far this year, there have been 258 carjacking offenses in Washington, D.C., a city that has banned guns.
Yes.
One of the strictest gun
How come
policies out
I
there.
can't get put on that jury?
Because you are not a leftist libtard
Oh.
that would vote to ban all guns. But you know what's interesting? I don't see in this article anywhere what capacity feeding devices
That was 100 round, the one I showed you.
the U.S. Marshals were carrying.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to know because did they have large capacity
feeding devices?
Feeding devices? No, I'm not defending the carjacker in any way, shape, or form.
Well, because
My philosophy is
the
let
reason
everybody
I'm
be
asking-
armed and we'll weed out people pretty quick.
My question is it in the article whether that's a stolen firearm? I mean,
It just says that he had it with unlicensed pistol
Okay,
without a
well-
license.
he had there's a pistol stolen. That's what I meant. It could be licensed to me, but he stole it or it's handed down the street to him. They're kind of jockeying unless they say that.
They're playing word salad
Right.
on it on purpose.
Okay.
Go ahead, fix that. They're playing word salad on purpose to say that it was unlicensed because they could lawfully own. Now he's still an asshole for trying to carjack a car. I mean that goes without saying. I hope everybody gets that.
Yeah.
That we don't condone any of the bullshit.
Right.
But they're always playing these things off. You have a Supreme Court justice who is anti-gun,
Yep.
being protected by men with guns,
Yeah.
telling us that we can't self-protect against people coming at us with guns. Equal force is equals the playing field, right? And then they're playing word salad in us because it doesn't say that the gun was illegal. It says without a license. Okay. Well, there are certain cities that you may lawfully own that weapon, but when you enter that city
It's pretty clear that somebody
and
else
you don't have a
owns that.
license for that gun for that city proper,
Pretty clear that gun has been bought by somebody else. So
Is
where's
it?
that gun? To me, it is. The guy's got he's not licensed to the gun. Where's that gun from? They should be able to run that serial number and say,
Well, I'm
that
sure
it
they
was
are.
Patrick. So I would like to, why don't they just up and say would have stolen freaking firearm?
well, it's not in the article. And if it was true that it was stolen, they would have definitely put it in the article. That's my point, is they're saying unlicensed because if you don't have, listen,
May have been legally bought, but
legally bought. I have situations where in the past, I have had,
There's so many.
I got to word this correctly. I've had former family members that purchased guns legally in other states that were never required to register them or get any type of licensure. They were able to go purchase them. They didn't have they did the background checks. They didn't have a felony. But unlike here in Michigan, if I go and purchase a handgun, I have 14 days to turn in my one corner of my paper to the sheriff's department. That's licensure. Plus I have a concealed carry license. So that's licensure. So when they use the terminology in there saying unlicensed, that bothers me because they did not say illegal. Now, again, the guy's an asshole for trying to carjack and he got shot in the face and rightly so. But they're always trying to disarm all of us who are law-abiding citizens from doing that exact thing that the U.S. Marshals did for a Chief Justice who votes consistently against our ability to defend ourselves exactly the way that they were doing it. She specifically is on record saying that protecting your private property is not self-protection.
Right.
And that your property doesn't rise to that level. and also goes on record about the whole legalities of the Second Amendment, but
But hers
specifically
does.
says your right to protect your property doesn't fall under your right to self-defense. Yet she's got U.S. Marshals sitting in front of her house that operate contrary to her rulings.
Yep.
That bothers me. And then when you read the article, they always try to do that, large capacity ammunition feeding device.
There's a lot of hypocrisy.
pretty
with
cool.
These people. Wasn't it Nancy
Pretty cool
Pelosi that
word
said
salad.
You shouldn't have, no against for the wall in Mexico, but her palace in
San Francisco.
has got a nice big wall around it. Two walls. One's on.
She's got a decorative wall out front, like a 4-foot,
Yeah.
and then like an 8-foot inner wall. Because I watched the videos. You're exactly right. I watched the videos of them going to protest her for her stances on this shit, and she's in there eating her ice cream.
Yeah.
She probably invited Joe. Anyways, it talked about the number of carjackings in the city involving those. In fact, there was.
Probably have a George Soros funded prosecutor.
You think so? Within the last 9 months, several high-profile carjackings and
Wait, we
attempted
have a
car
George
break-ins.
Soros? Never mind.
In January, former President Trump administrator member Mike Gill was shot during a carjacking rampage in D.C. He later died of his injuries. In November, the U.S. Secret Service agent assigned to protect the President Biden, I don't read that correctly. The former Vice President. That's
Former
what it is.
vice, yeah, read it
Former
correctly,
Vice President.
yes.
I didn't read that. Okay. Opened fire at an attempted car break-in suspect in Georgetown neighborhood. Secret Service said at the time that it was very scary and they had to defend themselves. So there we go. There was another carjacking, somewhere else. Anyway, so that's the whole opening up the show, because I wanted to point out the show today. Know them by their fruit, because they'll say something. They may act a certain way in public, but you judge them by their fruit. I've watched so many politicians who tell us that we're not allowed to have self-defense, to speak out freely, and yet they turn around and do the exact opposite of what they say all the time. So the scripture tonight, Matthew 7:15 through 20. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but are inwardly they are ravenous wolves. You will know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruits, but a bad tree cannot bear bad fruit. A good tree can not bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown to the fire. Verse 20. Therefore, you will know them. Therefore, by their fruits, you will know them.
AFK 30 seconds.
We are looking at all of these people right now out there in the political landscape that we're beginning to see the actual fruit. The media can't cover up Biden's gaffes anymore. They can't hide the fact that he's a dementia-ridden, probably Parkinson's.
Wait. I just caught you on something right there.
What?
You are an ageist.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
You are.
What's the other one? Ageism,
Yes,
and what's
they
the other
just
one?
You're ageist, and I'm sick
No, I'm
of
just
to
saying
sit
there's
next to you, sir.
there's another terminology too. Ageism and I heard both the phrases today.
Ageism,
And I'm guilty of both of them.
You're an ageist.
I'm an ageist. I am. I'm just judging him because of his age. Because Lord knows we can't judge him by the fruit.
I can't sit there.
His
Are you
fruit
very
rotted-
uncomfortable now?
His fruit
and
rotted a
isms,
long
and
time
I
ago.
saw that today, and I go, "Wow, really? I'm an ageist then."
Yeah.
Ageist.
Can we reconcile? Coffee? Can we hug it out?
I'm an ageist too. I'm sorry. I am.
We can
I
hug,
judged him by.
can we hug it
his-
out later during the break? We won't tell anybody. Nobody heard that. So there you go. Let's look at this. So I covered the anti-gun Sotomayor. It just reminds me of my kids grew up on
Aren't
Cars.
the liberals pressuring her to step down so they can
Sotomayor.
I think they want to pressure her to step down because of her age so they can put a younger libtard on there while
Well, they talked about packing the court too.
sure.
They talk about
I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
well, they've already got Katanji.
Well, listen,
Jackson Brown, who doesn't know what a woman is.
You can't have judges on the bench that are going to follow the Constitution.
Lord knows that's not everything. So anti-gun Sotomayor carjacker. Let's see. Disastrous. So Biden likes to follow up the disastrous debate with an interview.
Yeah, I know. No, the interview was worse than the debate. The guy's a moron, man.
Dude, total. Let's see. Oh, it's not worth seeing. In fact, I watched
some kind of isk with that.
I don't even want to
Yeah.
play
A
like
moronist.
a clip from it
Moronist.
because it's
Moronist.
one of the news outlets. So he said during the interview that he's doing the goodest job that he can. And one of the liberal shills on one of the leftist channels that I don't follow, but I saw the report. He's like, well, I thought he was very cognitive and his everything like that. And he said he's doing the best job that he can. I'm like, no, he said goodest.
Yeah.
He literally said goodest. And you tried to cover up that he used the word goodest.
Did you see?
And that's that's like nothing. That's right. The whole rest of the interview is horrible.
One of my best Biden video moments.
Yeah.
Was the first Christmas he was in office. Him and Jill were sitting by the tree in the White House, and they were doing like a Christmas video. And somebody called in and said, "Let's go, Brandon."
And he goes, "Yeah, let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, let's go, Brandon."
I mean,
and the look on Jill's face.
Smartest man around. Come on.
I thought I was gonna fall off the couch.
I don't know how you guys can even be critical of that. Smartest man. Sharp as a tack.
Look at that picture of that guy.
Sharp as a tack.
I mean, that's the president of the United States.
Let's see if my.
Why should we be afraid?
Let's see if my audio.
I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today.
Sotomayor.
Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law.
Sotomayor.
With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote.
End of quote. I thought this was the whole compilation one. There's a whole compilation that I heard today. Is it there? Well, this might be it, Travis.
Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law.
No, I'm going to try the next one because I didn't prepare for this one, but it's funny as hell.
With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote.
I'm Ron Burgundy?
Damn it, who put that on the teleprompter? Ron will read anything on the teleprompter. I'm Ron Burgundy. End of quote. End of quote. So follows it up. I'm not even going to go into the interview. If you saw the interview, God have mercy on your soul. It was bad. All right, I'm switching. What? Oh, there you go. Tim's pulling double duty over there. I didn't want to switch back before us.
A lot of the Democrats are asking him to step down.
Yeah.
I don't want him to step down.
Stubborn old bastard.
I want him to stay right where he's at.
Yep. Stay right where you are, man. Let's see. I'm going to get to.
I don't think Jill will allow him to step down.
She likes it way too much.
I had my wife tell me that she thinks that Jill is running the White House right now, but I still think it's Obama.
Well,
I think
Obama is pulling.
I think
Obama's pulling the puppet strings.
I think there's a big
Jill
Biden marionette.
Jill is working her way through all the Secret Service men.
I don't know about any of that. All I know is she's an evil woman to not grab her husband and go, look, let's just stop this, and go sit on the beach.
Joe, I'm so proud of you. You answered all of the questions. And what did Trump do? He lied, everybody. Yeah.
I just think it's evil, man. I'm seriously it's just how the hell can your spouse? I don't care if man or woman. It's not about that.
You're abusing a dementia patient.
Biden stood there and he told the Trump white supremacists. The Trump said that white supremacists and Nazis were very fine people. Lie, and then he went right into the
general
dead soldiers being suckers and losers. Lie,
right?
Then all the other multiple lies that he told from it, and then he turns around and they have the audacity to say Trump lied.
Of course.
Are you kidding me?
It's confession through projection. I'm going to project on you what I do, and if you dare call me out, then you're just mean-spirited. Let's do some more calling out here. This is from the great state of California. I use that term quite loosely. In the county of Alameda. Isn't that where they have the nuclear vessels? Nuclear
vessels?
Nuclear vessels? In Alameda, that's what I said. Nuclear vessels. If nobody knows that, go watch Voyage Home, Star Trek Voyage Home.
That is
Nuclear vessels.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite movies.
Dude, that was great.
That was a great movie.
Spock
Coming back
directed
to
it.
save the whales.
Yeah, Spock directed that one.
And then, watching Spock try and swear.
Double dumbass on you.
Oh, that was Kirk.
That was Kirk. The hell they don't, Captain. Let's try not to use the colorful metaphor. Anyways, this is a live birth certificate, which they trade on the stock market. Anyways, and if you look really closely at here, I'm not going to zoom in for you guys, but there's something interesting. This is for Kamala Harris. Her dad happens to be Jamaican, and her mom happens to be from India. How does that equate to being the first black woman vice president? That's like having a president from Kenya and Hawaii.
Well, listen. Why can't she? I mean, we got a cat running for office.
I don't know anything about that, Larry. That's your job. So, anyways, there is unequivocal evidence that Kamala Harris is not and has never been black. In fact, her track record in California as a DA was to give blacks there 3 times on average, 3 times the sentencing.
If I may.
You may, but if you may.
I'm always trying to look at the other side of the coin. She's more black than who's that Warren lady that pretends to be Native American.
I have
What's her name?
I do have a picture of her.
Who's Warren? She is more black than Elizabeth Warren is a Native American.
True. Yeah. Now, but here,
just trying to look at the positive. That's why you have me here.
Yes.
Pocahontas. That was Trump's term for her. Yeah. I actually have a picture of that.
Right
so this one says, "Here's my black mother and father." So there's Kamala with her Indian mom and her Jamaican dad. Grandfather owned slaves in Jamaica. Nothing to see there. Reparations maybe to some people. Let's see. I do have that one. Let's see where it's at. I had it down here. I didn't mean to scroll in front of all you people, all of my bookmarks here. You know what? I don't have it in this list. My bad. But there is a picture of Kamala with Pocahontas. Elizabeth Warren. Thank you. And the subtitle is that it's the Stands with Lies and Spreading Eagle. I think that's both their Indians' names. Stands with Lies or something like that. Yeah, it's funnier than what I'm saying now when you see the meme. Spread Eagle is Kamala's Indian name. Spread Eagle. So there we go. That's what
you said. I can't believe you said that.
I can't believe I said that either.
What if there's a George Soros funded prosecutor around? You'd be in trouble.
I would be hammered. So there we go. Kamala's not black, and neither is Joe. But if you don't vote for them, you ain't black either. I got to do this one. The bill. Before we get to that, did you guys see this? I'm scrolling up to find it. We're going to get to that shooting there. We're going to get to that. Lives at TikTok. Here it is. Oh, that's later in the notes. There's a bill. Is this it? I have the number. The White House is planning to veto the prevention of non-citizens from voting. The White House has decided that they're going to do that. Okay, yes, this is it. Statement from the administration policy. This is HR 8281, Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. The administration strongly opposes HR 8281 because without it, they can't get elected. It is already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. It is a federal crime, punishable by prisons and fines, but we don't arrest them at the border, so why the fuck do we care? The alleged justification for this bill is based on easily disproven falsehoods. Additionally, like we don't ask for ID for anything but alcohol, cigarettes, driving, any of that stuff, gun ownership, but getting on an airplane, but going to vote, why would we ask for that? Anyways, additionally, Additionally, making false claims of citizenship or unlawfully voting in an election is punishable by removal from the United States and a permanent ban to admission. Wow, well, that's being held up on the 11 million people that have come across the border since Biden took office. Took is the operable word there.
Well, why should we have secure elections?
Are you sure there's only 11 million that came over?
Well, I mean, that's the rough estimate right now. You know, we'll see. Anyways, President has been clear. He will continue fighting to protect Americans' sacred right to vote in free, fair, and secure elections, including allowing everybody across the southern fucking border. Wait, that was my, I veered off there. Including by calling Congress to pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. If House Republicans really want to do something about securing the border and fixing our broken immigration system, they should allow everybody to vote that comes across the southern borders. Oh, wait, I read that wrong again. They should vote on the border deal, which has billions of dollars for Ukraine. Man, I keep messing this up and veering off the text. They should vote for the border deal that the president negotiated with a bipartisan group of senators. This would provide immigration officials with the resources that they need to do their jobs and be the toughest and fairest set of reforms to secure the border that we've seen in decades, or at least since the last administration that cut it down to almost nothing. I added that part.
We added
I
that
was
part.
telling Patrick downstairs at dinner
No.
today, I think it was on InfoWars, whatever. Some politician was down on the border.
Yeah.
One of theirs, it doesn't matter. And they were talking to the border guards and the live cameras were going in. 9 newcomers, because we can't say illegal, newcomers came across and ran into the woods, brush, overgrowth. 2 Border Patrol guys chased them.
Yeah.
And after a long period of time, the 2 Border Patrol came back. They couldn't catch him. And the guy asked, he goes, so those 9 are going to be counted? And they said, no.
Mm-hmm.
They said, why not? They said, we didn't verify that they didn't go back to Mexico. This is no bullshit. This is so when they say 10 million or something, it's going to be a little bit more than that, because if they would have taken off running and the Border Patrols were just outrun and then they caught them with copters or whatever later, and then they actually did get away, they can count it. But because they knew they got away that way, they were going north, they got away that way. But since they couldn't verify they didn't go south again after they came north over the border, you can't count those 9.
Can't count them.
They do it all the time.
I agree with that 100%. Mm-hmm. Can't count them. Can't count them. It's like balls and
I'm
strikes.
not surprised even a little bit.
Every once in a while, you just go.
There is nothing that
one didn't count.
Me.
Yeah. You know what's a better acronym? And I know this from our in-studio guest that will remain nameless.
Better cut it out, because I'm going to start asking questions.
You know what? If the puck hits the crossbar or the posts, it's not counted as a shot or a save. It's nothing. So a shooter comes down, he shoots the puck, it hits the crossbar or the post. It's not counted as a shot on goal, because it's not a goal and it's not a save. It's a shot on the net, but it doesn't count. So a guy could come down, ring the pole, or ring the post, or hit the crossbar. He doesn't get a statistical account that he made a shot that's close from going in. Wow.
Unless it ricochets in.
So I understand this approach completely. They're just hitting the post or the crossbar, basically. They don't know if well, the goalie didn't make a save and it didn't go in the net, so it didn't count. So that we don't know if they didn't go back. What if they snuck back? They might have forgot a
A lot of
tortilla.
them just want to.
They forgot a tortilla on the other side of the lake or the other side of the river. They forgot
Just visit.
tortillas.
Just visiting.
Just visiting. Just visiting family and friends.
Permanently.
Larry's offended by the fact that I used that voice. Gonna be shaking his head. I didn't get a police report on me. You did.
It's not a police report. It wasn't filed with the police department.
Oh, what was it? Was it a civil complaint?
It was a sheriff's department.
Aren't sheriffs supposed? Oh, sheriff.
Well, you got to show that to me. I told you I had to wait till to get the reading.
Oh,
glass.
Larry's
you're
just
gonna read it
reveling in his notoriety of being the bad boy.
The Karen report?
The Karen report.
Yeah.
He's reveling in his notoriety.
Boo hoo. He put a
yeah.
meme on my Facebook page.
Oh.
I didn't get to read the whole report last night.
Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of, let's see.
I'm a fast reader, by the way.
Were you
Talking to Larry.
talking to Larry? All right. Do we want to get into the second part of this news? We're going to discuss now. Mr. Coffee brought up something. Let's. You know what? I don't have this one in the notes. Let's do this one. Let's do.
Oh
this.
no, that's a far off number.
Let's do
Nine-
it. No.
you
We're going to do this one right here. Let's just do this one for everybody out there. This is from Libs of TikTok on X, formerly known as Twitter. The Skinny Dipping Club of Canada hosts naked events. But here's the kicker. They provide free membership for kids under 18. Children between 14 to 18 do not need to be accompanied by an adult, according to their website, because why would they? Men are also allowed into women's changing rooms, but here's a caveat. They got to bring a buddy.
Tag, you're it.
This has got to be a
And
parody.
the question is,
But it is.
how is this legal? Literally, it's literally in the text right there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just talking about what you wrote
I mean,
at the top. It's
I
kinda
mean, this
funny.
is Canuckistan, right?
Is it Canuckistan? Is it like Dearbornistan?
Dearbornistan.
I saw.
The people on social media hate. I think it's a female, isn't it? Lives at TikTok, isn't it a female? Lady
It's a
that does
couple,
it?
but
Is it a man and woman? Whatever. They're hated because they bring.
they're hated because they're
they
actually
just-
liberals that go, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they just use the people that post their stuff up. They're just showing their stuff.
They post
They're-
none of their own content.
It's
They
all-
only pull
right.
stuff
The
from everybody
crazy
else.
stuff.
It's
Right.
that's the ridiculous part of it. Libs of TikTok. So there it is. Scheduled events. Like so if you're a qualified pedophile, there you go. Seems to be legal. Seems to be free of that. I mean, why would we? And in related news, I'm going to go backwards. Okay. All right. Tim pulled me off the screen so I can do this. In related news,
Oh, I thought you were covering that one.
no, I want you to see this meme. When you're okay with naked strangers dancing for children, but go apocalyptic when adults pray to God, you're on the side of evil. And we're done pretending any different. I'm done pretending.
You pretending, Larry?
Are you pretending, Larry?
No,
Are you the great pretender?
the Great Pretender.
Oh, he's the great pretender.
No, that would be Cat Dude.
We're alone in the world, a little cat dude. Cat dude. All right, I'm ready to kick from that one.
So
Thank you,
is that
sir.
what you got to do in Livingston County to get elected?
Dude.
Put on cat ears and pretend to be the opposite.
Be a
sex?
dude. A Rick a dude.
Can't imagine that meeting,
Uh,
commissioner meeting with that. I'm like, fuck.
Dude.
Do you have to bring a saucer of milk with you to the commissioners meeting?
We actually found out
Sad.
where Bowdoin's vital. It's very difficult when you look at the map.
Yeah.
Not by blue and red states, but by blue and red counties. It's hard to figure out where 81 million voters came from.
Graveyards.
It's very difficult. But we have a exclusive a picture of this. We actually have the photo evidence of it.
Of the vote.
Well, you got to
Of
keep,
where
you
the
gotta
voters
keep
came
in
from.
mind that you don't have to verify signatures on ballots. And if you don't believe me, ask the Michigan Secretary of State.
Yeah, we're not going there because you'll say something about being gay, and I don't like that on this show.
You got a guy sitting here.
About being gay.
Lesbian.
She's not a lesbian.
Yeah,
No?
you're
Oh, that's
starting-
secretary. Oh,
you're
that,
starting
I'm
to
thinking
move
of the
into
DA.
phobias
My
now,
bad.
guys. You're a
Attorney
bunch of
General.
isms and is. Stop going into phobias.
I get them confused. The three witches, they all commingle to me, and I'm like, oh wait, that's the lesbian, that's the bitch, and that's the evil votes or election tomfuckery. I don't know how to say. It. Anyways,
oh no, she's a birthing people.
a birthing. What a
Birthing
birthing
Where's
person?
coming
Yes,
from?
she's a
Birthing person. A
Yeah.
birthing person.
You asked a question. I want to address
Go ahead, Patrick. Get some.
Thank you.
We're not
it.
explaining
I'm,
that. Ian?
I'm the chairman of the election integrity committee for Genesee County.
Okay.
We have we're looking at voter rolls and we're looking at homes that.
Where's his microphone?
Some 50 plus voters registered at that house.
Okay.
We've gone up and knocked on the door to find out that it's a 1,200 square foot.
His mic was not on main out. Can you start over, please, Patrick? Nobody heard you.
Your microphone wasn't on main out.
Main
Sorry.
out. It was. Yeah.
We were hearing you. We're
We were
hearing.
here
Go
in
ahead.
the room, but
Election. Start with election integrity. Go ahead.
That's good.
I'm the chairman of the election integrity committee for Genesee County. We were going through voter rolls and looking at the fact that there were several homes that were tiny little houses, 900 to 1,200 square foot homes, 2 bedrooms. 1
Coffee, put that shit
bathroom,
away.
Which when you went up and knocked on the door to canvass and find out who actually was registered to vote there, you'd only find 2 people. The other 48 folks didn't live there. They didn't live there today. They didn't live there yesterday. They just were registered to vote there.
Oh, that's not suspicious.
Some that were registered to vote to empty lots.
Yeah.
Okay. You're talking about dead people. That's just part of it.
Did they paper trail this back?
Yes. Yes.
Anybody get busted for that shit?
Our only concern was to try to clean up these rolls for this upcoming election. You know, we had to get buy-in from the libtards, the Democratic clerks.
It's pretty obvious, so I mean, right?
We wanted to get it cleaned up for this election.
So they could, if they wanted to, press it and find out.
Sure. Yeah. But our goal here is to have a fair election for 2024.
Yeah.
You know, and we've been able to clean it up pretty well, and we've established some good relationships with these clerks who seem to be all in to try to get a fair election here for 2024.
Right.
We've had some precincts that if you walked in, like for the primary, and you wanted to get a Republican ballot, they wouldn't give you one. Can't have that. I have told the election workers, if that happens, you have my cell phone. I want to be there. I will be going and I will raise hell and I will be there with the county clerk.
Yeah.
Okay. These people will be fired on the spot and asked to be removed and be removed by legal forces if need be. That kind of stuff is not going to happen.
To be denied a ballot.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
We're only giving out Democratic ballots here. Sorry, you can't get a Republican ballot.
How does that work? Because that's their precinct, right? They don't have multiple precincts.
Right.
You don't have multiple voting places for your precinct. You have one place to go.
Right. Yeah.
So if they tell you can't get it,
yeah,
that is the not the height, but that's pretty high up on voter disenfranchise the vote the electorate.
Yeah, if that actually happens, you should call your local Soros-backed prosecutor.
Thank God in Livingston County we don't have one of those.
Well,
Livingston County, we've got some kick-ass prosecutors and assistant prosecutors. But yes, other counties have Soros-backed prosecutors.
We should interview one of them one of these
who would like to just.
I got a prosecutor sign him.
It wouldn't piss on you if you're. Do you?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Let's. All right. So let's
save you.
Back to this. I want you guys to see this, and then we'll move on.
This is where the voters came from.
This is where Biden's voters came from. See the circles at the top of the meme here. Those are the 6 foot distancing, everything like that.
yeah, that's right.
Well, let's try to count them. Let's try to count those. I'm gonna go here. Let's do it. I don't have a pointer. I wish I had a pointer right now. Let's do this. Let's go.
Okay, so
I'm like, can we do it like this? Oh, look at that. Let's go to the wall, and I'll do it like they do on TV where we're doing this.
I wanted to change
Look
that
at,
wall angle.
So look, We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, plus a lady standing outside the circle, which is probably illegal. So there's 17 there. Is that correct? We'll write that number down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So we'll say 24 plus 17. 34. 30.
Yeah, 41.
41. Thank you. 41 people. 41.
And I actually think you counted one circle twice, so it may be.
I tried to keep track. I'm always dyslexic in my. I always go different directions, but I try to keep track of the ones I've eliminated. Anyways, so 41 people there, but somehow this guy got 81 million votes. Maybe his voters came from the graveyard and the. What are those things on the bottom there, Tim? What are those? You're a tech guy. What are those things?
Those are legally registered citizens of these United States in digital format.
In digital format. Thank you. Digital format.
Those are digi-voters.
Digi-voters. So we got dead and digi. Dead and digi.
I got a stupid question, Tim.
No questions are stupid,
Larry,
only people.
we've told you this before coffee. There are no stupid questions, only stupid people.
Right, and I get smarter every day, and I ask questions all the time. But Tim,
Yeah.
Let's just pick the very top thumb drive there,
Sure.
and being you're kind of tech savvy, about just a quick guess, how many millions of names could be and addresses could be on that thumb drive?
Due to the fact that I'm not seeing their size, although all those look pretty old
Size
models.
matters, Tim.
Size matters.
Even those,
It's
I
pretty
doubt
thick.
any of those models are, except for the little silver one in the middle,
Yeah.
are anything bigger than half a terabyte.
Okay, half a terabyte is
So
huge.
250 megs is probably the biggest one. That might be the one in the middle, the silver one. The rest of them are all probably under like 16 gigs.
16 gigs.
So 16 gigs, if you have just a spreadsheet of names, that's easily a dozen million. So yeah, easily
12 million
per drive. Yeah.
If the drive
Yeah,
is
yeah.
is
About 12 million. So
Per drive.
per
yeah,
drive.
Per drive.
So
per
somebody
drive.
could just have 12
Easily.
million in their pocket.
So let's count.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do the count
One,
again. Let's go.
It's 24.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Seven.
2, 3,
What?
4, 5, 6. Do you
There's-
guys count?
Did I miss
see
one?
8.
7.
There's 7. There's 7. There's
One,
silver
two.
one in the
Oh,
middle.
there's 8.
Is that what's is
No,
this
no,
one?
no.
Combined? There's
No.
1, 2,
This
3,
is-
4,
1,
5,
2,
6,
3.
7, 8.
No,
8.
no.
Is that one right there?
No, that's one.
Is that just a stick?
That's
It's
2.
this little handle.
That's like a little handle.
Oh, that one ties into this one.
5,
Okay, so there's 7 here.
6, 7.
81 divided by 7. Let's pull
Oh,
out
yeah,
the
you can
math
do that.
here. Let's pull out the math.
Oh, he said
You guys at home, if you get the answer quick enough, but you won't, divided by 7,
8 times.
we need 81 million divided by 7. What did Tim say?
I said you could put about a dozen million on there.
96.
12 on there.
11.57 million
Yeah.
No.
per drive.
Oh, I was going to
What you would do.
11.57.
I did the addition. It would have been 96 million.
Shouldn't you be careful
Oh, look at
doing
that.
math on your show?
We did get in trouble with math in the past and got deplatformed by YouTube.
That's true.
Anyways,
That's true.
all we did, Patrick, do you remember when that happened? Yeah, we did this simple math.
It was in
It
relation
was
to
it was related
a
to 2020 something
thing?
election thing. I think let me see if I can remember our math. I'm gonna flip my official page over and see. Let's see. It was 74 million.
Yeah.
81 million.
yeah.
What's that equal? 74 and 81. I'm gonna do my math over
I
here
wonder if
because
it's
I don't do this shit in my head
the
anymore.
24% of registered voters of the 330 million
That's 100
that actually
yeah,
voted.
So that's 155 million. Okay.
How many registered voters actually voted in the 2020 election? Of the
See, that's
335 million.
That's where we got
human
deplatformed
beings?
on YouTube because we
the math didn't math
we
right.
came up with the actual average, the actual voter turnout
Sure. Yeah.
throughout the country
Throughout the country.
was only 133 million
Total.
total.
Total. Yeah.
But 81 and 74 is 155 million.
Mm.
So how do you get 155 million votes total when there was only 133 million total admitted throughout the country?
Liberal math.
And so we got deplatformed for that. They took my whole YouTube channel, wiped
shut
out
it
all
down.
of our subscribers, did all that stuff. And so then I've said, fuck you, and we've gone to Rumble.
Yep.
We still do have a presence on YouTube. There's probably 2 people watching. If you're watching over there, come over to Rumble. That's the new channel.
Or go to Twitch and
you know what? I had the whole explanation. It was in my email. And they're like, well, there are 210 million eligible people that could be voters. And I'm like, okay, that is a completely irrelevant, erroneous number. How many are actually registered? Well, 160. Okay. And what is the percentage of those 160 that actually showed up and voted? Well, it works out to about 133 to 134. Yet they claim, quite rightly, that Trump got 74, but quite incorrectly that Biden got 81. Biden.
In the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Who campaigned from his basement.
I used to have that
They're
graph.
claiming he got more votes than Donald Trump.
And Barack Obama.
And Barack Obama.
In a history of,
The most votes of any president ever.
I used to have that graph where it was showing when they tallied and it came in.
Yeah.
And you could see the actual bump up of each.
Yeah.
I don't know if I
At
can
3
remember.
a.m., all of the votes come in 100% only for Biden. And you know what they did? They boarded up the walls.
Yeah.
Because that's all legal. I don't even want to cover Biden sitting at the church and not standing up when they asked him to simply stand up because he probably had a shitty diaper and just didn't want to do it. I'm not going to cover Rob Schneider, Warrens. Let's see. I don't want to. I remember. I saved some of these bookmarks just because I like them. We're not getting into vaccine news yet. Let's see.
I do have 8 minutes of MTG with Alex for break.
Oh yeah.
You want to refill?
Is that on the good audio?
I just grabbed it.
Okay.
It was on
Ooh, I got the truth about slavery. We're going to do that. We're going to cover that. There's Donald Trump with Oprah when she was still pretending to be an upright person before it became out that she's been involved in sex trafficking for years, just like Kamala. That made me think. Oprah made me transition and think of Kamala. You see how that works? It's not even like 6 degrees of separation. It was like a direct correlation of a hoe with another prominent hoe.
Was it Christmas already?
Ho, ho, ho. That's what Biden thought the other day.
Oh yeah.
When he came out for the I don't know if we can. I don't have that clip available, but maybe you do. But Biden came out and during 4th of July and came out on the stage and he's like, they're like, yay, doing all the fake shit. And they then looked at him and then he's like, yeah, ho, ho, ho. And then he looks over and goes, the Independence Day. Like he like gave the greeting of Santa Claus and then realized it ain't snowing. I'm a retard. Which is true. Let's do this as we're heading to break. What did you guys do for Independence Day? Let's start with coffee because I know he sat at home and ate gummies.
Microphone.
I was over to somebody's house. I can't give up on my.
Was it a good friend?
Very good friend.
Good friends.
Very good friend of the show.
You drank some coffee there, and
You went to
hung out?
Casey's house?
They're not friends of the show.
Yeah, they
They're
are.
your friends. Casey's your friends. And I'm offended that you used a name.
You know what's really funny though? Being where I lived, the apartment building across the street, on the 3rd of July, they shot the shit out of fireworks. And I'm getting old, get off my fucking lawn type guy.
But you were close. You were close though.
I held back. It was cool. I actually enjoyed it. But on the 4th, there wasn't a fucking sparkler.
It's because
I'm
they
like,
were actually at other events.
No, they were probably fucking newcomers. They got their days wrong.
Oh,
But I couldn't understand it. You could hear people off in the distance, but not across the street.
You mean
on the
illegals?
4th. Newcomers. damn it.
Newcomers, you dick.
But they shot them off their shit. I was like, man, I should be out there in my black socks and sandals,
Well, the
Polaroid
Democrats-
camera, old guy sitting on a beach type
Your
thing
black
and
socks
watching the
and sandals.
fireworks,
Well, the Democrats
On the
tell
3rd.
me that there are no.
You're out there in your stinky
Illegals
black
in
socks
Livingston
and your
County.
sandals.
Man, I can make fun of myself.
Here's what Biden did for 4th of July.
What do you do?
Oh,
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho,
There it is.
ho,
Yeah.
Now,
ho!
now I said that wrong. Now I said that wrong, guys.
Happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence
Yeah,
Day.
he
He's like,
finally got it.
Merry
Got
Christmas.
the right one.
Yeah.
Instead of Merry
So,
Christmas. Yeah.
I apologize, guys.
Yeah.
That was not a Christmas reference. He was making sure that Kamala was there at the event
oh,
with them.
Okay. Yeah.
I apologize. I misunderstood
He's
it
taking attendance.
until Tim brought us the video. Now I understand the
Now,
context.
before-
Context is everything. Okay.
Before you move on, can I ask
Yes, no.
one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh-huh.
How many
Only
people, because on the 4th, in the evening,
Mhm.
Yeah.
we're like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and all that's on regular TV, unless you go to Netflix, is DC or someplace fireworks display. My question is, who the F
Yeah.
watches?
Wait,
a
he's
fi-
not
I
going to
don't
say
care,
fuck now that he said fuck earlier.
because
Got
the reason
got
is I'm going to go around and
Oh,
just
okay.
add
All right.
for a nod from our special guest, so I
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
mention.
Yeah, yeah.
Who is there anybody here that watches?
TV fireworks?
Kelly's here.
Kelly's
All
arrived.
right,
Your
let me
parents are
just
there,
get
huh?
it. Give it.
Wait, we're gonna go.
Wait,
we're gonna
I
break.
gotta get. Do you? And
Finish
I'm
your
not,
survey. And we'll go
have
to
you
break.
ever thought of watching a fireworks display on TV? See, no. Kelly, I can mention your name. Yes or no? No, right? No. Anybody?
Yes, me.
Yes.
I have. Yes.
I didn't want to fight crowds, and I was sitting here. This is in 4th of July's past, not this year. And I didn't have a reason to go. My kids had decided where they were going to go, and I didn't want to fight crowds. And so I sat here, and I'm like, wait, it is 4th of July.
okay,
and
right.
I turned the TV on.
Okay, all right.
But I
Time
didn't
out.
go out of my way.
Come on, man. You got a 23-foot freaking screen. It's like
So it
you're
is
at
like
the-
being there.
So you don't count.
All I have to
Nobody
do
else.
is throw a little bit of ash and spent
Yeah, burn
bomb
some,
fragments on myself, and I'm there.
burn some paper.
Yeah, and you got to worry about the mosquitoes.
Very true.
I would watch the fireworks show for definitely New Year's at major cities across the United States every year. I would watch fireworks shows for the New Year's celebration, but for 4th of July, I would actually almost religiously tune in to Disneyland and then Disney World, and until Disney became this.
I'm sorry, you guys are.
Well,
woke tard.
now, but you've got to give Tim. Tim's got to give you the understanding. Tim also was almost.
I was almost a licensed pyrotechnician. Yeah, I almost was a licensed pyrotechnician. I
So
almost
he
got
was
my
around
license.
it all the
That would
time,
be-
and when you get to a certain point, you're like, "Do I?"
You watch all the shows.
I don't go see a lot of live bands. You know why? I have a band.
No, this is not.
So there's
making any
dynamics.
sense. It doesn't make sense. They don't.
So
count.
just talking about your neighbors, the newcomers there that were blowing shit up on the
They
third.
were going at it, and I'm like, wow, this is cool.
They're like, hey,
It's the third. I go, shoot, tomorrow's
they
gonna be
didn't
real
want
bad.
they
Not
didn't
a-
want
not a
competition on the
whistler.
fourth.
Quiet. Yeah.
Like, the
But,
crowd-
They just got the day room mixed up.
I think they didn't want. They're like, if we blow them off during the actual event, we're going to be overshadowed.
the cartels
we wanna
got him here a
shine
day
now.
early. That's what it was.
What
Cartels,
did
that's
Pat and Larry
probably
do
it.
for 4th?
What did you? All right. So what did you do? You hung out
I
for the
just,
fourth.
yeah. I was hanging out.
Larry, what did you do for the? Kelly, you want to join us? Tell us what you did for the fourth after Larry and Patrick get it, or you just well get your
down.
I was trying to get us to break so we could bring them in.
I know, but we still got a few minutes.
Well, my wife
We got
and I,
15 minutes.
My wife and I, we actually went up to our cabin, which is
Cabin
at a
in the woods.
campground. We have a cabin in a campground,
cabin in the
and
woods.
we decorated our golf cart and participated in a 4th of July parade
In a parade.
where we threw.
Did you drive the decorated golf cart in the parade, or
I
did you just
did.
participate?
I did.
I want to make sure we have the correlation.
Yes.
Because if you just decorated the golf cart, then I'm going to say it's more gay than what Coffee's calling
I
out
saw his
watching
video.
fireworks on video.
I saw.
No,
his
I'm
video.
saying, but I'm saying that you saying people staying home and watching fireworks is kind of gay.
I didn't say gay.
Well, but I'm putting words in your mouth,
See,
but I'm
now,
saying-
now
I'm
you're trying to
saying
give
that
me
if
like
he
in this
just
homophobic thing just because you're an ageist.
And you're black, so it's all
Right,
good.
that's true. I am black.
Yeah.
Continue,
Token
Larry.
black
So
gay
you
man.
decorated the golf cart. You participated
I
in the
saw his-
parade.
Yes.
You posted pictures.
No, he had a live.
Oh, we
thing.
had live video.
I posted live video.
See, I'm on this shit.
Yes,
man.
I did. Just the beginning of the parade because I didn't want to hold the phone
Yeah.
and drive in case.
You're in
You
a
wanna be
golf
on your
cart. What the
phone?
fuck?
Well, I didn't want to get arrested.
I had a golf cart.
Well, just
I walked down the street.
You were in freaking Wally World campground. I saw the video. There's no cops there.
You're so full of shit. Listen, during the break, I want you to use the man cave bathroom because you're full of shit.
Yeah. Go ahead. I sent you pictures of the golf
Give you
cart.
an enema.
I
Did you send me right now? You just sent me
I
pictures.
just sent you pictures.
What'd you
of
do?
the
I
golf
gotta
cart.
pull up something.
Out on a boat, I bet.
Yeah, Larry's
so-
quicker, you send them to me.
But and then we stayed until Saturday because the fireworks were actually on Saturday, and the campground puts up some beautiful
Saturday.
beautiful fireworks. So there was fireworks the Saturday before and the Saturday after.
I don't have a photo from you if you wanted me to share it in
That is
lifetime.
odd.
You did? Did you send it to me on Messenger? Or you send me to?
Messenger.
I don't have it. Patrick, what did you do for the 4th of July?
Well, I ended up having an impromptu party.
Oh, I thought he was
Seems
gonna
to
say
happen
in-law.
when you live on a lake. People
People just show up. It's like having a man cave. People just like
half the people were there. I had no idea who they were.
Well, I didn't get an invite.
It just was impromptu.
you didn't have any coffee there.
I didn't have any.
He had bourbon.
I didn't even plan it. It
It's
just
a
happened.
phone call.
It just happened. Well, okay, you need to give me your number so I can call you. Next
Yeah. See,
It'll happen.
I meant
Dick.
for phone calls.
You messed up.
I
Now
did.
they show.
The most interesting part about this entire party was the Friday, actually, when I decided to get up and clean up the place.
Uh-oh.
how many people were there?
The number of beer cans and beer bottles I found throughout the property in strange places was just kind of interesting. But that wasn't the most interesting part. Most interesting part was the collection of coolers, sunglasses, towels, a nice cutlery set.
Oh hell yeah!
One of those big floaty things that you put on the wall, like it's a foam rubber thing that you can just lay out on.
Yeah.
Tubes you pull behind the boat, and a boat. And I had no idea who owned it. It's like a 17-foot runabout,
Just
inboard, outboard.
Just docked at your place.
Yep.
Had no people.
It finally
Like the
left
rapture
today.
happened.
Whoever owned it finally came and got it today.
He didn't drive and boat or drink and boat. That was good.
You know,
I'd say drinking and boating is
Boat-
much
no,
safer
yeah.
than
No.
driving and drinking.
No,
Drinking
might
and
have walked.
driving.
Did you
The
check
only
the
thing
shoreline?
safer than that-
I bet you it's a neighbor.
The only thing safer than drinking,
No, it's not a neighbor.
boating. The only thing safer than driving or boating is walking, and I recommend that all the time because
That's
I can walk to the house from here.
Look at that badass golf cart. Badass.
All right. So you had a whole bunch of unexpected shit.
Whole bunch of unexpected. I put this buffet of food in my dining area, and
Yeah.
everybody was outside. But you go and get food. I walk in there,
Is it destroyed?
had a leg of lamb that was smoked.
Whoa!
It's
not impromptu.
He's very offended now.
A beef brisket that was smoked, plus all these salads and that.
No,
But
I know.
anyway, there's three guys standing
jerking
there.
me off. Impromptu's hot dogs, not fucking lamb shanks and freaking caviar. You're a dick.
Can I finish it?
we brought up the
There's three guys standing there that I didn't know, and they were grabbing chunks of meat off with their hands, and they got grease all over their hands and all over their face, and it's all over the tablecloth and all over the floor. And then I'm looking at these guys, and I'm like, what the fuck? And they said, yeah, we eat like Neanderthals. And we're like, not here. You know, we have plates, we have silverware, you know, there's napkins.
That's where your cutlery came from. The guy went home or went next door and stole the silverware from your neighbors and brought it over.
Flat right out of the silver.
How the hell can you say impromptu with a? And you didn't go leg of lamb. You went leg of lamb.
Yeah.
We're talking. You had a big leg of lamb.
I didn't.
That just.
People, you know.
Oh,
my
people
friends-
brought it.
my friends brought it.
Yeah, they brought it. They brought it. See, there you go.
Right,
said,
right.
hey, we were bombing your house. We brought food.
Right,
Exactly.
And
And
you
the
go,
boat.
okay, come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
the lamb shank, caviar, high end.
You got any tequila to go with that?
Yeah,
We did.
top in
Tequila.
Patron, just laying all over. Condoms in the bushes.
Oh, jeez.
I got her.
Boomy.
Yeah, it's for me.
I want to go to
Is
his
it
party.
me?
Yeah, it's you.
I want to go to his party.
You know what? I had her microphone set up. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, no.
Shit.
It's all. I can't believe you said kind of.
It's always me.
No, it's not you. I was just adjusting Coffee's mic. There we go.
We did have a
What was that?
It was Kelly's mic, but I had to adjust it.
Kelly, what'd you do?
Then we
Go
all
ahead and
piled
talk,
in the
Kelly.
boat,
What
went
did
out,
I
watched
do?
fireworks.
Mute everybody else while you're talking.
Hey, you're good?
Silver Lake.
What'd you do, Kelly? Welcome. You finally made it.
Hello.
I thought you were going to be here like at 8:30.
I am so sorry.
But
lots of
you
hair.
were. I had to think about this. I was thinking about this earlier. I had to be, because we have to be politically correct with our people that we actually like.
What?
I don't give a fuck about the rest of them, but
Right.
the people that we actually like, I was like, well, Kelly will be here like 8:30 or at some point tonight. She's a working
ish.
girl. And I was like, but she's a working girl. And I
Working
was like,
girl,
wait a minute.
yeah.
Working girl.
She gets done with her
Not quite
corner.
the correct terminology that I want to
I
use.
own a business.
Yes.
She is a business owner. She works for herself. She has people that she employs. She's a badass hairdresser. We won't. Do we want to even disclose the location? Because there might be
Oh,
some libtards
I
that
don't
show up.
care.
And, wait, you get many libtards there. Anyway, so
Stop it. I love my people.
you love your libtards.
That's a great dinner.
She does great
Except
therapy.
for the corn.
Except for the corn. The
was
corn
not
sucked.
good, but everything else was awesome.
I hate chipmunks
butt
because
fighting.
of corn.
Dude.
I hate chipmunks because of corn.
You hate the chipmunk?
I tried growing corn 5 times.
And the chipmunks
and
come
they
after
ate
it?
it every
Yeah.
time.
You got to put the fence up.
You need
I have a fence up.
No,
it's like taller than me.
Get a
You need to
cat.
come up with
You
some
know,
chipmunk
there's
recipes.
this thing
man.
called the bucket of death.
Mm.
Oh, I
you need-
can't. I can't.
Why don't
I'm
you-
not that
it works.
person.
Why don't you do like I like
It
trap
works
them
well.
and I take them down and let them go at the park. I've
Yeah.
caught 5 this
So
this
I'm
year.
in Tennessee and I keep getting pelted in the head with something. I'm like, what the hell is that? What is that?
And it's fucking
I look
chipmunk.
up and a freaking squirrel
He's
he's
throwing
looking
shit at
right
you.
down at me.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just looking at me with his little hands on the edge.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? When we were up on North Manitou,
Yeah.
4th of July weekend, my husband's like, that chipmunk hates you. Every 5 feet, it would like get up on someone and start going at me, and then it would like run ahead again, and then until we got to it, it would bitch me out. I don't know. They hate me.
Was that
Well, your hair could be quite offensive to a red squirrel because he's like, your hair being red, pretty fucking awesome.
You know,
and
little
I'm
red squirrels
offended
kick
because
the ass on gray squirrels. I watch them outside my window.
I love
when
the
I'm
black ones. They're
Oh yeah,
so
the
pretty.
grays are big, and the little red one comes in to feed underneath
We
the bird
had-
feeders and will kick their ass.
Really?
The
We
little
had-
red one, little red, not a chipmunk.
How
little
did we
red.
Little red
even
squirrels.
get here?
Larry's trying
we
to pipe
had,
in.
yeah, we had
Does
a
this relate to what we're
we
saying?
had a chipmunk
Okay, it
issue
does,
at my
it does.
house.
I have to double
Yeah,
check.
we had
Yeah.
it.
I was
so-
showing the cart, by the way.
So what
Yeah.
I did,
There's your cart,
there,
Larry.
yep, that's it, all decorated up for
Let's
You're
see.
so
And wait, that's
Oh.
that's Larry's
Oh,
Larry's
yes,
Larry's fake.
Oh, I have some things to say about
Yeah,
some
Larry's
of
there.
that.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Bet you
Oh, there's
do.
the streamers.
There's the streamers.
Yep.
Larry
And the lights.
and God Bless
And the
America
whip
on there.
lights.
With
Yeah.
the- I think that's the only 3 you sent me, Larry. So
Yeah.
continue your chipmunk squirrel
So what I did,
dangerous kill
we're-
dead
I
squirrel.
bring
the
ADD
chipmunks
to the show.
are digging
sorry, Tim, I
up
switched
my
before you
wife's
did.
That's okay.
tulips.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Larry made this video. We're going to show it at the break. There you go. How to
Okay.
get rid of
How to
chipmunks.
get
So-
rid of chipmunks? The
So-
bucket method.
That's right.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it right
Bucket
there.
of death.
The
Oh,
bucket
no.
method.
How to get rid of your chipmunks? The bucket of
The bucket method.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
I filled the bucket halfway up. I dumped some sunflower seeds
Yep.
in it. I took a board and propped it up on the
Yeah.
the edge. And then I put a couple little sunflower seeds going up the board.
Yep.
And when I got up the next morning, there was 3 little floaters.
No.
There you go. And they are
Life
destructive motherfuckers. Did I say that correctly? I'm sorry.
We
If
like
I've
trap
offended
also.
anybody out there, they're destructive motherfuckers. Anyways,
They are.
Kinda
they
like
undermine the
BLM and
wall
Antifa.
up at the house.
Yeah.
Like the stone wall
There-
that my mother-in-law put in. They will go in there and burrow in between the big stones
Yeah.
and undermine it. And then next thing you know, the patio blocks above the stone wall are
Yeah.
starting to cave in and
collapse.
stuff because they're undermining.
There's like 3 of them in the stones out on the patio out here, and I'll be out there throwing around a cornhole or something, and I'll be throwing it, and they'll pop up from the row of cornhole just like to say, "What the fuck? What are you doing?"
Right.
What?
Now I
You
don't
throwing something at me?
True.
Because they got attitudes, man.
Now I don't mind
like
them when
3
they come
entrances
through and they eat the
going up like
moths
here,
that
going
get in the rocks out on the patio.
Right.
And I'm like, cool, I see you eating the moths. Now you mess with anything else, we're gonna have work. Easy there.
So
Larry.
my 4th of July had nothing to do with chipmunks.
But apparently it sparked the whole story. Wait, hold that thought. Hold that thought. One of them got in the garage the other day, got into the bag. Mom didn't realize it. Tanya's mom didn't realize it. Got into the feed bag.
Ooh.
She threw the feed bag out and then realized there's a chipmunk down in the feed bag in the trash can.
Oh, jeez.
beyond you.
Crazy.
She bags it up and takes it to I can't
she told me that.
disclose because she takes it to a local facility, a community facility, and dropped the bag off.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
She did not.
relocated it.
She did not get her master's degree in college. No, she made
She knew to
really good money
relocate the animal.
because she would not euthanize the rabbits that they did tests on for her degree.
Mhm.
When they got to the point and they're like, okay, we've done our tests, we've done all the things. Now you need to euthanize your rabbit. She set it free out in the yard. So if you ever see a crazy fucking rabbit with weird eyes and stuff like that, it's 'cause they're murdered.
Oh.
Anyways, continue your story. Kelly has nothing to do with squirrels and chipmunks. The 4th of July, what did you guys do?
So for my Independence Day, I assisted my husband in purchasing a smoker because my poor husband has been Frankensteining a smoker for years. And
this is
what brand?
Traeger.
Okay, it's acceptable.
We've been.
I got a pit boss, but
We've been working towards it.
yeah.
It was a big deal. So
What's
that
your
was
husband
his
do for a living?
early birthday present.
He's a badass. We've met him. He wore
What's he do
wolf
for a
ears
living?
while she wore
He's
the
in sales.
Red Riding Hood.
Okay. You
Yeah.
said you're Frankenstein together a smoker. I thought you were building a guy. who
No,
likes
he's probably
smoking.
laboring it because they don't make them the way they used
Yeah.
No,
he-
but literally
he's-
putting together a human that likes to smoke cigars.
No, it's not true.
Frankenstein.
No.
Not true at all.
No, he was
Continue your story
Frankensteining
without Tim
a
interrupting.
barrel. Anyway, so this Frankenstein barrel is hit its end and it's now good as a grill. So we're gonna not use that one as a smoker and got
Smoker.
a new Traeger. So I went and bought from the local store some brats, and we had brats and
On the 4th.
and then I actually had a drink for the first time in I don't know how long, and I bought Di Serono.
Fuck yeah, that's my girl.
I did.
That's
And
my
I
girl.
had him sip it because I wanted him to try it. I was like, this is actually pretty good. So
And he's like, it's a little too sweet.
so Kelly
Seems
had
gay.
a couple Di Seronos, and Kelly couldn't drive anywhere and realized we didn't get fireworks. We don't have anywhere to show off fireworks. So my poor husband takes money and goes and gets fireworks for me right before dark.
Nice.
And came home to me passed out sleeping in the chair.
That was your 4th of July.
That was my Independence
Hell
Day.
yeah. That's awesome.
Speaking of Independence Day, that's what I did.
That's what you did.
I put on
a bottle of wine.
No, Independence Day. On
Oh, you put on
20-foot
Independence-
screen.
Yeah.
And then we had a shit ton of trash to burn, so I made a huge bonfire.
Oh, that's true.
And then I got to sit out there and listen to all the explosions of the whole neighborhood, watching the fire.
We
Fire.
watched
Dun, 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 dun.
Remember
Take
the
you
5th
to
of November. That's what we watched on Independence
Watch Independence Day.
You watched what'd you watch?
So remember the 5th of November.
Oh, you watched V for Vendetta.
Hey, V for Vendetta.
Love that movie. That movie's incredible.
That's what we watched for Independence Day.
Yeah,
There's something
watched
terribly
a movie.
wrong with this country, isn't there?
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
What do you got, Larry?
We watched a movie. It was
Does this have any
actually
correlation
old.
to the 4th of July?
It's actually old.
You
It's
watched this
actually
over the
old.
weekend?
You,
Is it older
you ever
than
see a
you?
movie?
Soylent Green
The Man in the Moon.
Yeah.
with
Yes.
Jim Carrey?
Yeah, Jim Carrey.
Reese Witherspoon, not the Man on the Moon.
Oh, the
Man
Man
in the Moon.
with Reese Rivers?
It was Reese Witherspoon's
And,
first movie. She was 14.
Wait, was that with Albert Einstein?
I thought her first movie was Interview with a Vampire.
No,
I'm
that
thinking
is
of-
not. That's Kirsten Dunst.
Kirsten Dunst.
Kristen Dunst.
They all
Yeah.
blend together with me.
The
They're
Man
white.
in the Moon, was that with
They're
the
white. I can't just draw distinctions. I get facial disrecognition. Disrecognition. What's it
I
called when
feel
you
like
can't see your
Reese
faces?
Witherspoon kind of looks like a goat a little bit in the
Yeah,
face.
yeah.
So, and then Kirsten Dunst has got like a little button nose, so she's kind of cute. But Reese Witherspoon.
I was so disappointed between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight when they replaced Tom Cruise's former wife
Oh, Nicole Kidman.
with a really good actor that I like's sister.
Oh yeah.
That was a lot of
Yeah.
strange references,
I
wasn't
know.
it?
I know exactly who you're
You
talking
know
about.
what I'm talking
Though. Yes.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal. Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
I did not like.
She's not
She's a good actress.
Yes, but she's
But
not
she
a good
didn't
lady
fit
like
Katie
that.
Holmes.
Mhm.
Katie Holmes in Batman Begins to be the chick,
Mm.
and
she
then to
kissing here?
switch. I think it would have been
I'm with him.
what? What?
Michelle.
I pulled up the film picture. You guys even look at the screen?
Oh.
Oh, Man in the Moon. Reese Witherspoon. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And so what about it, Larry? You watched that?
You
Yeah,
watched
we
that,
watched
Larry?
that
Was it good?
4th of July. Yep. Yeah. It
Was there
it
any
pretty good.
correlation to the 4th? Was it anything about? I mean, because Tim's film
was the Independence.
Was about
Oh, no,
Independence Day.
that has nothing
There's even
to
a
do with it.
speech in it
It was
about
just a movie we watched on
the
the
aliens
4th.
showed up and we took it.
And
So
my
it's no
movie's
correlation
about
whatsoever.
Yeah,
Other
but
than
that
just
Independence Day wasn't about the 4th of July.
it was.
Yes, it was.
Bill Paxton, as the president, stands up and he goes, "This is our Independence Day," talking to the whole world about being independent from the aliens. which are not
Literally, the
real.
last
Anyways,
line of the film is Will Smith saying
Aliens aren't
to the
real.
kid, "I told
No.
you I would."
Now you tell me.
see,
Elon
Larry,
Musk
I
is
try to get
lying.
you to pay attention. I've got some brain force down there.
Yeah.
We're going to give
The
you a
last
shot.
line in the film is Will Smith actually saying to the kid, "Told you I'd get you fireworks."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it was literally the plane, the falling mother.
And Kelly watching V for Vendetta, total independence themed
You have to.
movie of moving out of tyrannical government.
That's why every
I
February
mean-
2nd I watch Groundhog Day like
Well,
7
hopefully
times.
I
we'll move out of
love
tyrannical government.
That our election is scheduled for that day this year. Just saying.
Groundhog Day?
No,
What
the
day?
5th of November.
Oh, I know.
November, yeah.
They've been playing a clip on InfoWars
Uh-huh.
where somebody did an overdub and pulls the footage from V for
Yes.
Vendetta. Have you seen it?
Uh-huh.
And
No,
they're
I
like,
haven't seen
he's
it.
like, "Hello, Americans.
Yeah.
We'd like to talk to you." And he's like, "In your distress, you turn to somebody, Joseph R. Biden." And they
Yep.
took the whole
That's good.
monologue
Yeah.
from V for Vendetta and made it American. And I'm like, hell yeah. He's like, "I know why you did it. You were afraid.
Mhm.
But if you want to know the truth, if you want to know who the real problem is, you only need to look into a mirror."
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyways, we're coming up on our time. We're at our time. I will give you my synopsis so we can come back fresh from the break.
Sure.
On Independence Day, on Thursday, I hung out with, actually, I hung out here for quite a while,
bad.
didn't I? Yeah. And then I made it over to Fowlerville. I hung out with Dan and Christine, friends of the show. Walked with them in the parade proudly with a Christina Like t-shirt on. Not the controversial one that says I'm a doer, not a preacher, but the other one that just says Livingston County likes like. I did the safe one. Actually, it wasn't available and I told her, I said, I can't do that t-shirt because I am actually am an ordained preacher. So I couldn't wear the t-shirt
I
that
know
says
what
I'm a
shoes.
doer and not a preacher because I am a doer and a preacher. So it just didn't work. Does that make any sense to anybody out there? I need everybody to chime in.
Perfect.
Anyways, so walked with them during the
What?
during the parade there in Fowlerville, and then we ended up at Mary they A1 Rentals. They hosted us afterwards, and their house is just off the fairgrounds there in Fowlerville, and so they hosted us and Christina's their whole group. Whoever paid for pizzas, there was pizzas there was or a bunch of stuff, and so there's a whole big group of us. We hung out and waited for fireworks, and then the fireworks went off, and we were right there just outside the fairgrounds in their private property. I had both my sons were there with with my Al with his wife and little Roman, and then Vince was there with Bubby and Vince's girlfriend Care Bear. Call her Care Bear because if I don't say Care Bear, I forget. Her name is Kara,
Oh.
but I always want to say Kara or Kira, right? Because so I always have to call her Care Bear so I get it right. Because if I call her Kira, I'm a dick. But if I call her Kara, got it. She's a sweetheart. She's a sweetheart. Anyway, so and then mom,
is vengeance.
there it is. Grandma Connie was there with Leslie. You know, Leslie. Grandma's doing great.
Good.
She still doesn't have like her late night stamina, but I think she's working up to that. She's in the process of getting her immunity built up. She's off the chemo and off the radiation. And now she's in the process where they're giving her immunotherapy. So they're building up her immune system to fight off, whatever residuals left. So she's doing good on that end. She still doesn't have the late night stamina. So to get back on the show is still a little ways off. But when she's ready,
because I don't need to be smacked around like that.
you do need to be smacked around.
Every so
Yeah,
often.
Patrick's protecting
In
you.
fact, I originally my contemplation was to have Kelly join in the middle. And maybe we will shuffle the
come
deck
back
chairs
from
on the
break
Titanic.
Don't you talk back.
It's
Don't
been
talk
weeks.
back.
It's been weeks.
Questions being asked. What
What I
pizza
do?
was there?
There might be another police report.
There might be another one. Anyway, so I did that on Thursday. It was great. A lot of good times with the Christina and Dan hanging out there in Fowlerville. And then on Saturday, we all ended up at Greta's. A number of you guys have met Greta and John. Greta, John,
That was nice.
Patrick, they're up there in Runyon Lake, and we hung out with them
Very sweet people.
in the later afternoon.
It's different.
Yeah, Greta, you remember
Yeah,
Greta
yeah.
and John, and so we hung out with them. So a pretty intense weekend. Not quite an impromptu lamb chop beef.
That's such bullshit, man. I'll never forgive you for this one.
You were already sleeping by the time
you were already sleeping. House and I run and get hot dogs.
You're already sleeping by the time he sent you a text.
Turkeys and big stick candles.
He's like, "Hey, you coming in?"
Beats in the background.
No,
With
no.
condoms in the bushes.
Get
You just said
condoms
that.
Well, the way he was saying it was like the various places found with beer cans. And I was thinking high school parties and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So you guys make sure you exchange numbers. Then you'll be off the hook, Patrick, when you text him at like 7 o'clock at night, and he says, "I've already taken a gummy and I'm in for the night."
I've already ate 4 gummies.
All right, guys, we will be back from the break and continue the rest of the show. Tim has some closing.
Just at the break. I'll just
break
take it.
media for us.
No,
And-
I threw up the graphics on the screen, so I don't have to do it at the end of the show. For
Yeah.
emailing the host. You guys want to go on break? I'm already on the man cave shot.
All right.
I will just take it from here and send us to a clip for about 8 or 9 minutes. Grab a drink, refill, use the facilitize, and we'll go from there. Let me hit that button. The QR codes, just while I have them on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, is to support the show. It takes a couple of frauds, the Federal Reserve accounting units, to do what we do around here. So go ahead and scan those QR codes. The one on the right is the square that gives you the ability to budget a regular monthly giving to support what we do here at the Heartland Fellowship Media Group. And the PayPal is for one-time donations. So you can use either of those to throw us some cashola. We'll be back with you.
This is like the Twilight Zone. What do you make of Biden right now and them trying to force him out there, and the whole Democrat establishment turns against him? A week ago, he refuses to go. Now they're swinging back to him. We're 118 days out from the election. I mean, this is just, it's unbelievable to see the incompetency of the deep state. They inherited American power. They took it over, and now they're just destroying everything.
Absolutely, Alex. I'll tell you exactly what I think. I think this country, we went into basically almost a post-constitution state after the election in 2020. They stole our election from us, and everyone knows it. The mainstream media knows it. The Democrats know it. Joe Biden admitted it before the election even took place, that they had the biggest election fraud operation set in place in history. He even said that on camera. No, our election was stolen. Joe Biden should not be president, but I'll tell you what I make of it. They don't care. They all knew he had these problems before he became president. They knew about it. They hid it. They covered it up. They did everything to do to lie about it. And it is the worst thing that I've ever seen. The Americans are shocked. The problem was that the debate, the cat got out of the bag and it was revealed, and he was far worse on camera than they expected him to be. They knew he would stumble and stammer and mix up his words and say weird things. They expected that, like he always does. He always does that. But they never expected it to be that bad. So they got embarrassed. And that's why they're feigning their outrage and acting like all of a sudden this is a new problem, as if he developed dementia overnight, which is absolutely ridiculous. But here's what I make of it. They don't really care if he has dementia. They do not care at all. They have a plan in place with illegal voters and absentee ballots. They have a plan in place to steal the election this November coming up. And I think that they just have to figure out how to get through this embarrassment with Joe Biden's dementia in front of the American people. They're just trying to figure out how to handle it, because once they move past it, they're all expecting to be elected, and they're expecting to hold the White House by basically by stealing the election again with illegal voters. And that's why I've been so hard on Mike Johnson and so hard on other Republicans here in Congress, because the only thing we should be working on is protecting our elections right now. We're up here in Washington, Alex, passing appropriation bills that the Senate won't pass So they're just messaging bills. We're up here passing, just bills that mean nothing because they'll never pass in the Senate. We're up here in Washington wasting time every single week when we should be working hard to secure the election, because that's the only thing that matters. And the only way to save this country is taking back the White House, controlling the House and controlling the Senate. And the only way we can do that is by winning the elections in November. But here we're passing the SAVE Act. And, I love the SAVE Act. I think it's incredible, but it's not going to pass the Senate. And Joe Biden's not going to sign it into law. So Mike Johnson and everybody else that's all talking about the SAVE Act are basically lying to America, because it's dead on arrival once we pass it in the House. The only way to make that a law is to tie it to government funding, which the government funding deadline comes up on September 30th, Alex. The only way to force it to become a law is to tell Joe Biden, you don't get a single penny for your war in Ukraine, Joe. You don't get a single penny for your daily border invasion at the southern border. You don't get a single penny for anything until you make the SAVE Act a law, because that's how important our elections are. And that's the only thing we should be working on, because we can't stop the border invasion until we take back the White House and control the Department of Homeland Security. And we can't protect our country until we fully control the White House. But here in Washington, Alex, the globalists have gathered, and they are plotting and planning to make sure that the Ukraine war is funded, that Ukraine gets more deadly weapons, and they can continue killing an untold number of Ukrainian men, making Ukrainian women widows, making Ukrainian children fatherless, and continue to round up these Ukrainian teenagers with their conscription teams to throw them out there on the battlefield to be killed. And this really shouldn't be happening. I'm so against these foreign wars, because we have a war on our own country. And the war has been declared on Americans by our United States government and by the border invasion that Americans are enduring day in and day out and day in and day out. And also by fentanyl that comes from China and is smuggled into our country by the Mexican cartels, murdering 300 Americans a day. That's the real war. It's the American government against the American people, and it's the federal government not protecting the states, even though that's what the Constitution says the federal government is absolutely supposed to do. So that's the reality in Washington, D.C., Alex, and I wish I could make it sound more hopeful, but I'm just trying to tell everybody the truth.
Look, it's not negative to admit when you've got a crisis. That's you admit the problem so you can fix it. In closing, I think I got to go. President Trump, way ahead in every poll, deep state panicking, Biden refusing to leave. Where do you see this going? I mean, I know in politics a day is a lifetime, but I just sense victory. But how could they grab their victory from the jaws of their own defeat?
Well, I think we should watch what's happening worldwide. There's a worldwide movement of people all over the world working as hard as possible to take back their governments and take control of their countries. We can use France as an example with Le Pen. We just saw her election basically get stolen. That was an entire conspiracy to make sure that she was not elected to power. And so we saw the people of France be defeated. We just watched the same thing happen in Great Britain. The people of Britain have been defeated, and that happened through migrants coming in, taking over their country. That happened because of Obama's Arab Spring that sent these Islamic migrants all over Europe. And so we're watching this happen. We watched a president of Mexico get elected that makes no sense to me. She's basically what I would call a communist, a radical leftist. And I think that poses a real threat to the United States of America. But we're seeing people all over the world rise up and try to take back control. And that is absolutely what is happening in America. That's why the polling is overwhelming for President Trump, because the people in America want to re-elect him. They want him in power. They want him to be the president of the United States because they hate what this government is doing to this country. But Alex, I'll tell you right now, I don't trust our elections. They have let in millions and millions of illegals into our country. They're giving them social security numbers and they are getting them registered to vote. They are going to cheat and try to steal this election. And all I can tell everyone watching this show, and all I can encourage you to do, is you got to get everybody you know to vote.
This is my brain. All right, we're somewhat back. This is what you get when people drink and have to pee. I didn't say drink alcohol. I said drink and pee.
This is water.
I need a live band
But I
like
can't have
behind
it
me.
on the
Just
table.
This is vitamin water.
Is your
and
mic on?
iced tea.
should be.
Unless you muted me.
I probably muted you because that's just me.
So you
Can you hear me
stole my seat so you can smack him up a little
Yes.
bit?
Yes.
I was told I needed to.
He does need
He needs correction.
he needs
not
loving
very nice.
loving correction and assault. Whose microphone's rubbing? Quit rubbing it against you
Stop
guys.
rubbing the microphone on you.
All right, so for those of you out there, listen, Tim puts up the QR codes because if you would like to support what we're doing here in the show, I know sometimes it seems like from the studio dynamics that we've got money because the studio. Most of this is sweat equity of me working my ass off in here and putting things together. I probably have a good $15,000 in equipment that I've put together over the years through trial and error. I could walk you through that.
Yeah.
So
and don't you believe that he pays me anything but meat?
he eats really well.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen Tim. Go to your
about it.
webcam there, Tim.
You have to show myself
Yeah.
off.
Anyways, so my whole point is
I wanted
to let everybody know that I'm switching to a whiskey sour now, a Woodford Reserve.
Oh.
And I have a nice glass. And what I did was I put too much triple sec in here. So as you can see, I don't know if you can see what camera am I on? Table cam. It's very light in color right now.
Where are the shot glasses at?
Because I put too much triple sec in there.
Oh, fuck.
And so I know you're disappointed in me, Coffee, but you don't have to
Well,
say
that's
it. on
nice. You
fuck-
bring a big bottle like that, but where's
So-
the shot glasses at?
Right there. The fucking skulls are up there on the thing.
Oh, I got a headache. I got a Parkinson's appointment in the morning too.
Oh, do
Yeah.
ya?
Yeah.
Are you not going to
So-
disclose the name?
Yeah.
To keep
Well,
them safe?
It's a whole bunch of Marines and sailors that go through the office.
Right? There's
thousands that
of-
come into
that need
my
to have a
personal doctor. Right.
Parkinson's.
All right. So
Thousands.
Woodford Reserve. Patrick wants one. What do you got, Patrick?
Scotch.
Oh, you want a Scotch? Do you want a Woodford or you're good?
I'm a small snippet.
Did you get him a shot glass?
Hey,
So
hey.
give me the table
He
cam.
doesn't care about
Tim-
anybody else.
What about
So if you guys look real close,
What about our guests?
right there,
Okay, now
that
that's
was
two
donated to the
police
show.
reports I'm gonna
Donated to
file.
the show.
What about
That
the
is a
guests?
little
What are you
skull
guys
shot
I
glass.
don't know. Somebody was
Came
mean
with
to-
they're little skull shot glasses.
What about your guest?
Would my guest like? No, my guest is good.
Small.
Take a tissue.
That's good. Thank you.
Nobody ever.
That's a
thinks
Biden.
The earwave.
That's a Biden shot.
But I got.
Nobody.
No,
ever
but I'm saying
says,
that-
Tim, do you want one? No, nobody ever.
Here's
Drink out of the skull.
so
Imagine
when
what
Patrick
I'm
tells me to just do like a half in a skull, that means that the brain is like really small in there. It's a Biden shot.
Right.
Biden shot. We'll call that a
says that?
Biden shot.
Patrick says that?
No,
half
I just
brain.
said that.
Oh,
Half brain. A half
Oh.
brain.
I thought you said Patrick said
Listen.
that. I said I can't.
No,
trust
I
him
said
in
Patrick.
anything.
Patrick told me he only wanted a little bit. What do you want?
President Biden does not have half a brain.
I
He's
do
got
not
two
recognize that
brains.
term.
He's got two brains. One's lost, the other one's out looking for
Former
it.
vice president.
Former vice. I do not recognize that term. Either you can use these correct terms on the show, Larry, usurper in chief, or the former vice president. We do not recognize. Thank you. That was nice. That's from
the retard in chief.
That's from
You're gonna do yours?
I don't know.
Norris.
I'm
Norris.
not a bourbon person.
Norris. I miss Norris.
brave.
I try to miss.
Last
Be brave.
time Norris and I
Identify
texted, he said he was involved. I said, are you here for the show? And he said he was doing some political stuff, and we haven't texted back and forth. That's not unusual. I've had a lot of people come and go on the show.
No, he got mad because he wasn't the only black man here with coffee.
Him and Coffee bonded.
I like Norris. I like
Because Norris and
really
him
do.
were both
Norris,
black,
I like him.
but
I wish him a
Coffee
happy
being
Father's
gay
Day.
kind of threw him a little
That's
bit.
what it was. That's what it was.
Coffee
Norris
being
a lot.
black and gay just kind of threw him. Of course, we do recognize the
I'm very
Coffee
gay.
identifies.
I'm
the
very
Pink
black.
Floyd rainbow
Yes.
that
Oh.
Larry and Coffee and I are all representative of. The Pink Floyd rainbow.
It's
We
the-
did not know the dark side of the moon
Yeah.
meant we were gay.
It's the menage a
But
trois.
you know
egg.
what? You get love where you can. Isn't that what Bachman Turner Overdrive said?
Yep.
You can't, you just love not love the one you're with. No.
Did you dye your hair?
She said any love was good love.
Since 3
So I took what I
times
could
a
get.
day? Did you add some tint? It looks just a
You guys
little
having
bit
conversations
Hey,
amongst
cheers.
yourself?
You got the
blonder
shots over
red.
there?
I've been
Yeah.
outside a lot.
Let's do the shots.
That's
Kelly girl,
probably it.
give me the shot over here.
Was
This
that-
is some good Woodford Reserve.
Was I ever given
I'm in
an
a whiskey
overhead?
sour.
Nope. Overhead. doesn't
Just
work.
go.
I'm so afraid.
The overhead
brave.
should be on, and it should be in your
It's not
Oh,
the-
that's
should be in your
working.
It's
OBS.
smoother than I
It's
thought
not
it was
working.
going to
It's
be.
not
You
working.
just
Oh,
We'll have to work on that.
oh,
Ooh, does that burn?
a little bit.
A little bit.
Like it's heartburn now.
It'll pass.
Ugh.
That's
Down
good.
some stuff.
I mean,
Yeah,
Scotch.
that'll help.
It's kind
Here.
of take a
You
sip
have to
like
click
it's
on
like your
activate.
wine
I got it.
tasting. It has a really nice, pleasant taste.
There you go. Look at that.
Literally have to
Everybody
click
put their
on
shots in there.
activate.
You got to click on that, but it's not live. I don't
No.
see it being live.
I don't know. It's-
theirs look
now it
good.
doesn't
Yours
wanna-
looks like
doesn't wanna
horse
work.
urine.
Yeah. Live.
Horse
We tried to
So
set up
yours
for
has
this.
triple
You guys
sec
look
in it,
nice. This is
right? And
Triple sec. So
Oh,
isn't that a fruity drink?
There you
triple
go.
sec?
You're all right.
everything I drink is fruity.
Well, because
sip
you're
of
fruity,
bourbon?
but I mean,
It's
isn't
true.
it? Is it
It's
orange?
very true. Listen, we already discussed
triple
the
sec
fucking rainbow
orange?
of the Pink Floyd. So triple sec, and lemon juice.
Yeah.
With whiskey is a version. I'll say a version, not a traditional, but a version of a whiskey sour. Triple sec, lemon juice, and whiskey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were talking at dinner. I was talking with one of our off-screen guests about that. They told me that they're not I'm using terms that are
This has a really
Non-gender.
nice. This has a really nice oak overtone.
just to not out our guest, our in-studio guest, because Larry's slacking about like filling up the whole chairs. Of course, I remodeled the whole fucking place, so it makes sense. But
Yes.
anyways, I said, you know what? Our guest said that they are not a big whiskey person, and I said neither was I. Really, when Patrick joined the show 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, fuck, yeah. Patrick and I, so we would do tequila on the first Tuesday of the month, mixed drinks on second Tuesday, vodka on third
we
Tuesday.
did that when I started here too.
Absolutely. And then fourth Tuesday was whiskey, bourbon, or scotch. And Patrick really helped me. I would get picks from Brighton Market on what was, what they recommended, because they would get barrel select bourbons or barrel select whiskeys or they didn't really get barrel select scotch, because scotch traditionally comes from Ireland or Scotland. Yeah. But we would get different recommendations from them, and we would have those drinks on the show. And Patrick really, because I'm a tequila or a vodka person, but my bottom line is Di Serono. If you guys didn't see that, I need you to, Tim, can you give us the side by side?
Super sauce.
Yeah, Super Source, please. Larry, do what you did just now. Do what you did right now. I need it on record what Kelly did when you did it to her. Go ahead.
It's not doing it now.
You got the wrong fucking thing.
It's not doing it now. Dang it.
Yeah.
I do not will this to be.
Was it like a squeaky noise?
He does a squeaky noise.
It's almost a cork.
So I had to capture that moment, because with Patrick moving over, giving Kelly the center spot, there's the two thorns in the rose. I had to realize that there is a reason that we have a female estrogen exponential levels, to sit next to Larry because Larry can get out of hand and he needs somebody to smack him periodically. and Kelly handles that business very, very well. But Patrick really helped me with the bourbons and the scotch. In fact, there's 3 or 4 down there. For your birthday, the one scotch that I found you in a 6-sided bottle, it's on the shelf down there.
Yeah,
What was that called?
It was Sexton.
Sexton. That was a great one.
It was an Irish whiskey, actually.
Yeah. Irish whiskey. Yeah. Okay. It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so he really helped me develop my palate on those.
Yeah.
Of these different whiskeys and bourbons and stuff, because that's not my traditional thing. But you really have to find the ones that have a good flavor, and you find the ones that have floral overtones.
Lafroig was just a
That's what Norris brought to the show with Lafroig.
Studebaker says
that
he is a single malt Scotch guy. I blame Guy Gordon and Dr. Dunn.
What are the ones?
Says I
Guy
blame
Gordon and Dr. Dunn.
I
Do you
don't
know those, Patrick? Single malts?
Dr. Don, no.
When I met Tanya at the gym, I was working out, I was getting pumped up.
Yeah.
Actually, I was there preparing for hockey. I didn't even know it.
You're doing Instagram.
She was doing training.
The Scotch?
Tanya had a McKellen's 12-year.
I like McKellen. That's probably my favorite.
And when I first tasted it, I was like, this is not the wine I'm drinking or the Di Serono. It's very.
You should see my dad's collection. It's crazy.
He's got a nice collection of.
He's gotten gifts from like Australia and stuff of different kinds
Nice.
of. Yeah, it's
Okay.
crazy. I know nothing about any of it.
No, it's but you develop, and that's what I was talking about.
Grateful for that, so you're not.
But that's what I was talking with our off camera guest during dinner, that I was never a whiskey, bourbon, or Scotch person. But when you get around, here's what I want to point out is that when you get around other people,
alcoholics,
yeah,
Tim.
you know them by their fruit. And one of the things that I try to do to be like the Apostle Paul is he said, I became all things to all people that by some means I might win them. And by win them, I never really took that as a straight gospel type of things, because when you're winning somebody, the true essence of the New Testament is connecting with somebody and winning their soul. Well, if I'm going to win your soul, this is not a momentary thing in a church experience. This is a life. This is a friendship. This is a dynamic of connecting with you. And so when Patrick was part of the show, and I've had a number of other people that are part of the show, I don't want to just connect with you momentarily or feel like, I'm participating. Tim did this and pontificated a little bit because our guest was talking about hockey, and Tim's like, I didn't know what hockey really was. He's a football background. He went to college to
shame on me. Born in Minnesota, I should have known. But just
I was introduced to hockey when the Red Wings lost to the New Jersey Devils, right? And I didn't really get into hockey until I was 38, like to play it. And now I play hockey twice a week. I'm a goalie playing hockey, and I love it. And we're watching the playoffs and doing all this stuff. But
you even get to play against the Red Wings.
I've played in a Red Wings alumni 4 different times.
Yes, you have.
I have.
And they kicked your ass.
Yeah.
They kicked my ass because they're professionals.
They're professionals, and he is a carpenter.
Can we clear something up?
Yeah.
Studebaker was Studebaker was talking basically about blaming a single malt Scotch on Guy Gordon of Channel 4 and Dr. Dunn of WWIII 99.5, but says he is a McClellan 12-year sherry cask.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. I like
sherry.
that.
Yeah,
And 8 and 9 says, that's the brandy from George over in Albania.
George, we've got,
Where are you, George?
right behind the skull over there in the mini bar
Yeah.
is some of George's mead.
And do you know where
that is good?
Do you know where they get their? Do you know where they get their casts from?
No.
They get them from Kentucky, where they make
Kentucky bourbon.
Yeah.
They put bourbon in them, and then they toss them afterwards while they buy them over
Yeah.
in Scotland.
That's the interesting thing about all of that. And that's my,
nice.
so,
It's an art to making these barrels because they make them, then they burn the inside of them.
Yeah.
Just to right amount, and then
Yeah.
they put the whiskey in it for a period of time. Well, these guys buy them and then they age this scotch for what 12, 18 years.
Oh man,
25 years.
and they're
then
rotating the barrels. They're doing,
Yeah.
they're doing period. There's one company, I think, did we talk about it or somebody else talk about it? There's one company that is doing some bourbons and some whiskeys where they're taking the barrels out and they put them on a ship.
No, the shore. It was the peat. We were talking about the peat that Lefroy does.
No, we were talking about the ones where they take the
Put 'em on a
barrels
ship?
themselves and they put the barrels in a container ship
Yeah.
on the, like they access a, like they pay for a permanent spot on a cargo ship.
Really?
And the cargo ship's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, delivering. And the whole time, the barrels are sloshing the whole time and absorbing that. And it's different than a Kentucky or Tennessee whiskey where they're turning the barrels every 3 months or something like that. This is a constant doing that, and it's absorbing the, if it's like an oak barrels, oak charred barrels, it's pulling that it's constantly pulling that flavoring out of it. And then you realize in the barrel, so the barrel is almost completely full, but you might have like a 10% or maybe even 15, but usually like about a 12 or 13% air pocket in there. And that's drying out. That pocket's drying out. And then when the barrel turns again, that dried out area is then refreshed with the alcohol and it's absorbing more of the flavors and the fluorescence. So when I was saying earlier, Patrick's one of the ones that helped me. And then when Norris was on the show talking about his Lefroy, he really liked that. But Patrick primarily because we were in that mode for a good year and a half of when you start to appreciate other people's palates, other people's interests, then you develop your own appreciation. It doesn't mean that you dive in 100% of that or it becomes your motif or your approach to things. But because, and again, I'm going to go back to our theme tonight, buy their fruit. Patrick's fruit was enjoying scotch, enjoying these different whiskey blends, these different bourbons, these different flavorings, right? That I wasn't accustomed to. But because he was my friend, I dove into those flavorings. What do you got, Larry? You going to take another sip of that?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so Captain Redbeard, who I've never seen before, says,
I like Captain Redbeard. He
says RD1, round one, or RD1 Amberano finished bourbon.
Yeah.
And then says Jefferson Ocean. And he says Jefferson's Ocean is put on ship.
That's it. Yeah. They put it on a ship. They let it bounce around. So what I'm saying to you guys is, people by their fruit. Patrick's fruit on just liquor that he likes, alcohol that he likes. I developed more of an appreciation because he's my friend and I dove into that. I think we're much more divided when we don't find commonality in something and appreciate what they appreciate. Larry likes these crazy fucking habanero flavored whiskeys.
Well, I thought you were going to say White Castles.
He does like White Castles, and it's kind of strange.
That's nasty.
But he's brought me like 4 or 5 habaneros, and I'm like, dude, this is like, it doesn't fit me. But
whiskey,
I appreciate it because of him. And Larry's very conservative when
I've
he's
seen
here.
that habanero whiskey down. I've been afraid to try it.
Yeah. What's the name of the brand? Habanero.
Oh gosh,
It's habanero in there in the whiskey.
Yeah, it was.
It's literally
it was
habanero.
It was habanero mango.
Mango. That's
Old
true.
Smoky.
Old Smoky. And he brings me a bottle, and let me do my best, Larry. Dude, I found this great flavor that you're gonna really, really like. And I go, Larry, you like it, I'll try it.
It was a whiskey?
But it's not.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a moonshine.
I'm gonna go get some.
Old Smoky moonshine. It does sound nasty, and that's Larry.
I'm gonna go get some now.
You're gonna get some mango.
I want to try it.
No, but so it's got its own unique flavors.
The mango sweetness does pull it together.
It does pull it together. So my whole point is that in life, we have to meet each other where they're at. What do you like? What do you like? What do you like?
Well,
And then
introduced me to a lot of different tequilas. It was tequila and cognac.
Oh yeah. The agave.
Agave. Oh, that was
Incredible.
yeah.
The lockdowns destroyed that company. The company that was doing it. So they would take a so in tequila you have three different distinctions, right? You have the añejo, the reposado, and the blanco. So blanco is aged 0 to 3 years, or 0 to 3 months. Then the I'm gonna get these wrong.
Yeah,
reposado is
you do every time, but you like saying
I know is up to a year and a half. Where's your paper at,
That's
Kelly?
longer than that.
And then the
Isn't it 5
so
years?
when you pick up, here's the way it is. When you pick up a tequila and it's clear, that is aged up to 3 months. Whatever the fuck the flavor,
I used to like
terminal is.
Patron.
And then right, that's why you see tequilas in all different colors. The medium color is aged up to a year and a half.
I like the white ones.
Me too.
The dark is aged up to 3 years. Okay. And they're doing the similar thing to what Patrick's talking about with the barrels, is they're taking the tequilas and they're putting them in barrels, predominantly oak barrels, because that's what's coming out of Tennessee and stuff like that. And they're aging them in those barrels, and it's getting the color and a little bit of smoky overtones and a little bit of floral overtones in that. So this one particular brand, they took 3-year-old aged barrels, tequila. They ship it over to France. So tequila coming out of Mexico, they ship it over to France. They add it to cognac, which is already an aged liqueur. And then they ran it through charcoal filters and pulled out the color, which removed the smokiness, but kept all of the floral overtones.
There you go.
All of them. Fucking, did you pull it up? Blanco, Reposado, Añejo, extra Añejo.
Typically, no barrel aging at all for the Blanco.
And find me the one that has the Cristalino.
Okay.
So Cristalino is now the biggest. The Cristalino, which is close to what we with the agave, that brand.
Yeah.
So what a Cristalino is a Cristalino. Shit, you switch back.
I left the media on.
All right. So a Cristalino is a tequila that has been aged for up to 3 years, and then they run it through a charcoal filter or some type of filter that removes the smokiness and the color, but keeps the floral overtones of whatever it was aged in.
Yeah.
And Cristalino, if you go into any place like Brighton Market or Jonah's over here, and you ask them for a Cristalino 1800, just an 1800 Cristalino.
Is Cristalino a brand?
No, Cristalino is a designation of tequila. In fact, I'm looking. Trying to see if I have a Cristalino sitting up there. I know I had one at one time.
Yeah, not that you move stuff around in your.
I move shit all the time. Anyways, so a Cristalino. So go pick up if you like tequila, go pick up a Cristalino 1800. It is going to be one of the smoothest tequilas with such a beautiful floral overtone, because what they do is they age it full 3 years, then they filter it, pull out the color and the smokiness, and what you're left with is the floral overtones. It is so smooth and beautiful. When you do that shot, it hits your palate and just opens up all of the tones of it.
All
It's
I'm
gorgeous.
seeing is the extra añejo after that. 3 years in oak barrels, notes of vanilla and fruit.
Yeah, look up that Cristalino. So when Patrick we were dealing with that, the agave, they take this 3 years aged, send it over to France, put it with cognac, they blend it, and then they run through filters and they bring it back. I used to keep it in the freezer.
Yeah.
And it is like this gorgeous syrup. I brought it out very rarely. And Brighton Market over there, one of the gals that was working there, she turned me on to it because nobody was interested in it. And she was literally shopping around all of the other markets in the area that if their distributors said, hey, this isn't selling, you can have it back, she would call me up and say, I got you 2 bottles. And I'm like, I'll take it. And it was phenomenal. I can't get it
So
now.
it's probably, a must-have at an impromptu 4th of July thing. You know, when you have a roast of lamb and turkey and shit, you have to have like a
Oh my God.
$80 bottle of that
Shots
shit,
of
you know?
that. Shots of that.
Instead of fucking Bud Light and
you know,
shit at
Are you
these
butt hurt?
impromptu fucking
Does
parties.
your butt hurt?
Yes, it does. He says impromptu. Instead of just saying, we had this great 4th of July. Impromptu, you got bodies laying around, dead bodies, live bodies, fucking lamb.
Hey, he had to clean up beer cans later.
You got speedboats that are left in your yard on the dock. Naked women run around, probably midgets.
Wait.
and-
Did I hear naked women?
It's probably like
what
hey,
the hell?
you remember
Debauchery of all kind.
Hey, you remember the dream in Happy Gilmore? With the little
Yes.
that's his party. Midgets and stuff.
He's
Oh,
making
shit.
this an event in his mind.
Dude, he is like all involved. Listen, so Mr. Coffee's been sober for a number of years. If he cannot live vicariously through your debauchery, he's not living at all. He's
He
like, I'm
likes
going to drink a cup
gummies.
of coffee and I want to hear your story.
I have to one shit. I gotta drink this crap.
Oh shit! Here we go. I got to cover this one.
Before you move on,
What do you got, Chip? Did you find it?
just what
agave?
exactly is a Cristalino tequila?
Yeah.
I was just looking for that because in all the age charts has nothing to do with age. So there must be a story.
It's not doing the age?
No, most people are familiar with Blanco, Raspado, Añejo tequila. But what is Cristalino? This is a type of tequila that is nowhere near as popular, but the other three, as the other three expressions, but it has been gaining fans and getting more attention over the years as tequila brands experiment with the category. I'm wondering if it's a process. So Cristalino is essentially añejo or aged tequila that has been filtered, often through charcoal, to remove the. Oh man, a charcoal would clean it. To remove naturally occurring colors and picks up from get the fuck out of the way from spending time inside the barrel. So yeah, it clears it like crystal.
Clears it. That's why it's a Cristalino.
Yeah.
So how long is it aged?
Yeah. But it's technically an añejo.
It's technically an añejo, but
process, not an age.
Oh,
It's
it's
a process,
process,
not an
not an age. Okay, so it could be 0 to 3 years in a barrel, but they're
That's
not.
what añejo is. 0 to 3 years, so it has to be more than 0 because 0 is a Blanco.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I've had some great Cristalinos that you can tell it's been aged for quite a while.
Yeah.
And then they run it through charcoal filters and it comes out just as phenomenal. And you're like, yeah, we get the bottles that come into the man cave do not last. They literally are like, oh, you got a Cristalino? And
It's
like,
gone in 3 hours.
it's gone. Like the next week, somebody will come back and they're like, I dropped off that bottle of Cristalino. I'm like, it's gone.
I come over here and I can't get a damn Coca-Cola or anything.
Dude, that
you got
fridge is fucking
I
stocked.
come over here and it's got. I'm like Coca-Cola.
Dude,
I got a half bottle of Red Pop that's not even fizz left. No.
I read what
Coke.
he had posted on that screen
Yeah.
in Cornholio Brain.
Cornholio? Give it to us, Kelly.
I have to read it again. I don't
Put
remember
it up
what
there,
it said.
Tim. Do it.
In cornholio. Are you going to do your cornholio stuff again?
That's how I read it. As soon as I saw it, I was like, holy crap, I am the great Julio. 70, Alejandro Caro.
That's a badass. Let's do this. Let's get back to it. 4th of July. We talked about it on the 4th of July with everybody here. Are you pushing buttons?
I would have played. I heard her say it
Oh.
and hit the button, and
And
the
it won't
buttons are
fucking play.
broken.
It's because
I
I'm
literally
here.
heard her say it and instantly hit the fucking button.
Great cornholio. I need to be from my bunghole.
That was me.
That and Kelly's. You do a great baby cry, but that I don't know how that translates into reading copy.
I can't
That
do it while reading.
Cornholio.
Well,
I
she
just
can
did it.
do
See,
her
I just
baby
did it.
cry
But
while I'm
it's not
reading the
going.
police report.
Kelly's Russian reading copy
My
is
Natasha.
fucking. She's like,
Natasha.
listen for you fuck face. I will read shit for you. You want to talk to
Will
me?
you read my police report in Russian?
No, we're
I
not doing that.
would
shit.
love to after reading that. That woman
Did
is
not
funny.
Larry correct me earlier
wanted to
saying it
read
wasn't
that.
a police
You didn't let
report?
me read that.
Sheriff report.
Yes.
Are we
I'm
gonna
gonna throw
are we gonna-
shit at you,
Are we
Larry.
gonna see that on the screen?
Dude, yeah, you know what? He'll probably force me to do it because it'll be completely off topic. Let's look at this.
That's bad numbers you got there, by the way.
During our 4th of July celebration, and we had good times. We went around the table. Probably could have elaborated much more, but we got shut down. But I want you guys to look at this. And I like this terminology right here. I checked with David Hogg's feed. David Hogg, do you remember him? He was a little shithead propped up by his parents, his liberal parents. I'm sorry, David, if that offends you. You
The
little
boy who
shithead.
was paid to be the voice of that shooting in the school in Florida.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Paid.
But here's another shooting in Chicago over the 4th of July weekend. 17 killed, 82 wounded.
That's a low number.
I heard actually that at this
Oh, I
point
heard it was
like
104.
yeah. It
Yeah.
was,
No, yeah.
109
and I think it was
wounded, and
18.
there's like 19 killed and 109
That's
wounded.
All right, let's click on the show more.
in
Here.
a very gun controlled.
That's horrible
town.
aim.
Horrible. All right, here we go. So check with David Hogg's feed. Nothing about this, even though it's a mass shooting at one of these events, because he can't pontificate on the bullshit of gun control on this one because it's black on black crime. All right.
And it's
Nothing
also
from
in one of the most controlled gun law cities.
Illinois is pretty tough.
Yeah.
Dude, Chicago,
Yeah.
Washington, D.C., and a couple other places on the West Coast
Yeah.
are the most controlled places for guns in
the
our country.
Yeah.
And you know what? They have some of the highest
Murder
gun
rates.
crime,
Yeah.
murder rates
Yeah.
in the country.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
There it is.
Most gun mass shootings happen in gun-free zones.
Now, Larry, that is just straight
Human
up
target?
correct.
Yes.
Areas.
You mean human target areas, exactly.
There can't
So-
be a lot of gun control in these areas because to kill 17 with
Yeah.
82 wounded, that's terrible.
They didn't.
There
They
is no
didn't have
gun
any control.
and you
There's
know,
no
one of
control.
It's because
Yeah.
they're probably trying
Did
to
they-
shoot
they-
it sideways.
Sideways. Yeah, sideways.
Sideways.
Yeah.
You know what I found out, and this is for you guys. You can come back to us for a second. We'll cover this. The actual best hold they teach you in proper gun control is straight up.
Yeah.
Gangsters hold their gun sideways.
Oh, you
Yeah, but don't
can't.
teach them how to shoot.
But
better.
You're
the
gonna hit yourself in
actual,
the face.
the actual best
Yeah.
handhold for a true marksmanship is on a roughly 45 degree angle.
Yeah.
That is the most comfortable for the wrist and the arm and up to the shoulder. That is the most comfortable. That is the most relaxed. It already covers the access points of it, and it is becoming more predominant throughout law enforcement
I'm
and
gonna
through
try
military.
that next
Is that
time.
on a
Shoot
45 degree
45.
angle? Because when you're holding here, you're already
It's
having
too
to cover.
uncomfortable,
You're already
yeah.
having it, but your wrist is not correct.
Yeah.
But holding it here on a 45
You
degree
have more
angle,
control.
you are only covering this plane
Mhm.
to hit your target because you're already on your axis.
Mhm.
And they're discovering that this is the correct 45 degrees is the correct.
But
handle.
one-handed ain't working.
No, and my oldest son Al will tell you that whenever I've watched him do his training with his firearm, he always pulls it back to his chest
Mhm.
and then comes out, and he never extends fully his elbow, because once you fully extend your elbow, you have no control over that motion.
Mhm.
If you keep your elbow still tucked,
Mhm.
you have control. You still have control here.
Mhm.
Once you fully extend, the only thing you have is back.
Not to mention the fact that when you're fully extended, I can take that gun away from you.
Correct.
If you have
You keep
back
it tighter
here,
to your
you
body.
can't.
Yeah. And so this is some things for everybody out there, self-defense. Go to the range, go wherever you go to shoot, and start trying. I'm not saying you have to switch. Start trying a 45 degree
See how
angle.
it feels.
Well, not even 45. What am I at? About a 40? Maybe a 38 degrees?
You know, if you think
Right
about
there.
it, when you're
What-
walking and you're swinging your arms,
Yep.
as you walk and you swing your arms,
Where's
come
your hands
forward in
at?
front of you. They don't come out with the palms
No.
straight down.
Yeah. Whatever's natural
Or
for
it gets
you.
it gets your hips.
Yep. Whatever's natural for you.
In the middle. Yeah.
And I'm probably right now, I'm a carpenter, so I can read angles. It's probably about 35 degrees right there. Maybe 45 degrees is right there,
Yeah.
right? But I'm about 35, just naturally 35 degrees. So once I know my angle, all I have to do is adjust within my natural position. That's one thing I'm learning in hockey. That's one thing I learn in golf. That's one thing I learn in all these sports is find your natural position and then adjust accordingly.
That's
I don't try to
90% of my job.
Right. I don't try to over adjust my swing in golf I adjust my feet.
Yeah. Look at all your martial arts like Tai Chi and stuff. There's all fluid angle motions.
Yeah. Once
So
you figure
straight
out
lines.
this is where my natural swing feels good. Now, if I want to rework my whole natural swing, that's another thing. But if I want to stay with what I'm naturally swinging through with my golf swing, then it's a matter of adjusting my feel or my feet in the position to the ball and adjusting a couple other things, but I'm not redoing the whole dynamic. Yeah. Same thing with firing a weapon. What is comfortable for you? Grab your weapon, forget your indoctrination. I'll say it that way. Forget your indoctrination of it has to be at this 90 degrees, right? Forget that indoctrination. If you pull your weapon and you come out like this, what is that angle? All right, well then go with that angle and learn, just do that adjustment. Mm-hmm. And watch how much more fluid that you have. I have 2 firearms down in my safe that I fucking love them. I have a couple other ones I carry for concealed that if you're within 10 feet of me, you're done. But I have 2 weapons that, Patrick, you went with me on one of the fishing trips. I pulled out my Q5 match, a Walther Q5 match. It's a competition pistol. It comes with a competition trigger on it. Fucking badass. The last time I shot it was in the UP. I pulled it out. I came up. I wasn't doing the 45 more relaxed, but I came up and I was at 30 feet, 35 feet on the metal targets, right? 35 feet, pulled it up, boom, hit the top target, 3-inch and a 5-inch. Ping, spun it. I looked back at everybody else. I go, does anybody else want to shoot this? Discharge drop my magazine, discharge the live round, put it back in my magazine. I said, I'm done with this one. Yeah. And then played with the shotgun and a couple other things. Because when some of those, and Vince has his 45. He's got a beautiful 1911 45. Mm-hmm. That thing, my Q5 match 9mm and his 1911 45. If you have any acuity on how to hold a weapon, you will hit a 10 or 12-inch spread every single time. If you have any acuity of holding a weapon and hitting a target, you will dial in within 2 shots. It's that phenomenal of a weapon, and it is something that we all need to learn those dynamics to protect ourselves.
1911
as well as
I gotta tell you, up in Sault Ste. Marie, there's a range up there that is kind of like a Hollywood movie set,
mm-hmm.
where you got the little storefronts and casino.
Oh, like a fake city.
Yeah, like a fake city.
Nice.
But all your shots are downrange, so you're not just shooting all over the place. But
right.
you can peek around a corner and crank off a couple of rounds, and then go down a little bit. It's fun. I mean, I really get a kick
I do that at Hell Survivors with a fake gun.
Hell yeah. So I went down this road to talk about it. 17 killed, 82 wounded in during the extended 4th of July. And do you know how many people covered it of these people that want to ban guns?
None.
Nobody. Yeah. Little, one of the rap stars, I can't remember, Little Snooky Pookie 89 is his name, was killed on the streets in Chicago. Some little rap dude, I guess he's young too, whatever. You have to look that up. I can't remember. I just saw it go through today on the news. Little Smoogie 89 is his name. Or something.
So from this quote here, I like this line right here. Chicago has an let me read it correctly. Chicago has a whole ass purge going on.
Wow.
And no one seems to care. Elections have consequences. Sometimes those consequences are death. This is not covered on the mainstream media on a regular or daily basis, that the amount of mass shootings throughout this country are in gun-free, gun-banned zones throughout our blue cities. People are being gunned down.
Little Scoom 89. I just looked it up.
Little Scoom 89 was gunned down during this one?
Yep.
Yeah. Chicago
Little
rapper.
Scoom.
This is happening all over the place. Do you know what's going to combat this?
Spankings.
Calling a cop who's going to show up a half an hour later. Kelli,
Right.
we're going to call a cop that's going to show up a half an hour. No,
It's because
you know what's
they
going to
defunded the police.
Do you know what's going to combat this? other armed people.
Yes.
An armed society is a polite society, and it's going to take some work to get us back to being that. But an armed society is a polite society, because if I know you have a gun and I have a gun, I'm not going to try to piss you off.
Yeah. At first, an armed society.
It's like that sheriff down in Florida. He said, I can't remember what county it was in, but he said, I was reading on social media that some of you thugs have decided you're going to come into our neighborhoods and you're going to create havoc. Well, I just want to put you on notice that our citizens are armed. I encourage them to own guns. They know how to use them. They will be loaded. If you come into our neighborhood and you create havoc and you break into their house, I encourage them to blow you back out.
Yeah, I remember that report. I saw that.
And you know what happened?
Polk County,
You know what happened? No violence.
Yeah, zero.
But that's what we need. We need people standing up and saying, you know what? And even the former vice president asshole shit himself. He brought this out. He's like, "Are you going to F-16? You go to F-16? Listen, dude, if you're pulling on an F-16 or a drone or Predator drone or whatever shit, we're far beyond this. But in my own home, and I'll defer to some other people with legal minds in our community, you have ideas like castle doctrines. You have ideas of self-defense. You have dynamics. Even though our state has chosen through Democrat representative, not democracy, which we don't have. We have an actual representative republic, but we keep hearing the mantra of, we got to protect our democracy. Wait, you mean mob rule?
How they changed the narrative.
Two wolves voting and a sheep voting on what's for dinner? It's going to be mutton. I don't like the lamb chop that Coffee's all riled up about. But the dynamics of that, we need to understand that equal force is equal force, right? I go back to Kevin Costner and Sean Connery in The Untouchables. And he says, it's just like a whoop to bring a knife to a gunfight, right? Little knowing that there was another guy with a machine gun over there who ends up shooting him. But he had the right idea that he was coming with superior force. When there's a rape in a certain city, right? When there's a rapist, a rash of rapists. Now, this was years ago because we don't have this now. We have illegals, newcomers. We have newcomers
yes.
Who like to touch inappropriately, meaning rape and kill, that are murdering our lawful residents here. We used to, years ago, teach women that if there's a rapist in the city and we haven't been able to catch them through lawful means, that we would send all of them to different facilities to be trained how to resist, how to take their self-defense. But they would teach them how to take their momentums,
I've been through that.
their attacks, and turn those attacks and momentums on them and either disarm them or diffuse the situation, right? We'd also teach them to have mace, to teach them to have stun guns, and to even teach them to have firearms, right?
I'm always locked and loaded and packed.
Hey,
so anybody that thinks they want to touch me,
that's why
I'm also body camped.
But
so
that's why the squirrels are fucking with you on.
Was that down? It was in Florida, I think, recently, where some guy shot and killed or shot a couple deputies or whatever, and when they found the guy, or whatever, got in a gun battle, and he got shot 59 times. And I'm pretty sure, or it was in Florida, one of these sheriffs, and they go, why did they have to shoot 59 times? And they go, whatever, because, we didn't have enough bullets or whatever.
That was how many rounds they had?
They asked the who's the guy that pronounces you dead or whatever?
The coroner.
The coroner, what was the cause of death? He said natural causes. They go, he's shot 59 times. He goes, well, you naturally die when you're shot 59 times. I think it was Polk County or something.
Dude, I love the designation of lead poisoning. I love that. But so my whole point on this dynamic is that when we have equal force, when we're empowered to our own self-defense, and again, we've done this, it's been historical in the 80s and 90s when you had people like who was the one that drove around in the VW that was executed down in Florida. Finally executed, death penalty.
Not Bundy.
Serial killer. Yeah, Bundy. Thank you. Ted Bundy. So Ted Bundy,
High five.
he
Got it.
preyed on
Friend of
college.
yours?
He preyed on all sorts. So you had these dynamics of women being trained to be self-defensive.
Yeah.
You can train a woman to be able to do several different kicks, motions, there's different things that they can do to defend themselves. And
There's even an anagram.
I'm yes, give me the anagram.
Sing.
Sing. Solar plexus, instep, knee, groin.
Yeah.
I got them. See?
Did you watch Miss Congeniality?
It actually is a thing they teach
Yeah.
them.
I know it is. It is.
So if we understand that dynamic of sing exists, why don't we understand that all of us, according to what Larry loves to read, the Second Amendment, why do we not all have that inherent God-given understanding of self-protection? And they're constantly trying to erode that, because the only one that benefits ultimately from the erosion of self-defense is a tyrannical government that uses nefarious forces to facilitate that. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to put these people in place. MS-13, which Nancy Pelosi called God's chosen people or God's special people. Nazi Pelosi. I'm trying to, I wanted to pronounce it correctly. But you have an entire city in Chicago, in Illinois, with some of the strictest gun laws in the nation. And on the 4th of July weekend, 17 plus people are killed. 100 plus people are wounded during a 4th of July celebrating independence.
That's
and it
sad.
doesn't reach the national news. We got to see it on X and these alternative media places because they don't want to report on it because it doesn't fit the fucking motif. David Hogg, BLM, Al Sharpton, all these other fuckers don't want to promote this. You know why? Because they're not about promoting
It
this.
destroys the
They're about
narrative.
it destroys their narrative. They want to take away the rights of the people to self-defense and to speak their mind. Just like we have platforms. We've been deplatformed multiple times. Reason my podcast isn't on a national level is because we've been deplatformed 5 fucking times on different platforms. I'm constantly in a rebuilding mode. That's okay. I'll take that. At a certain point, we will be one of those voices out there. We already are in our community, but we be one of those voices out there that keeps rising and rising and rising. You keep cutting us down, you keep beating us up. That's fine.
Build it, they will come.
If you build it, they will come. We have a great studio here that I work really hard at. I've got awesome co-hosts, awesome guests that show up, a great producer on the show. You know what? We're going to keep building it and building it and building it, and the information will get out.
And Sunday, you might have somebody that you've been trying to get for the last 3 years.
Yeah, it's going to get spicy. So I want you guys to do this. We're reaching the witching. Patrick, you want to say something?
Yeah, we're talking about Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago.
I was just going to talk about a little personal experience that I had there. I went to a show that happens every year. It's the largest radiology show, largest medical show in the country.
Okay.
It's at McCormick Place. I left McCormick Place at 5 o'clock when it closed and walked to the service lot to get in my car and drive away. My car is like all over the road. Not the road, the parking lot. I get out, I got a flat tire. I'm changing the flat tire. This guy walks up to me and he says, "You need some help?" I said, "No, I think I got this." And he stood there. And I said, "Is there something I can help you with?" He said, "No, I'm here to help you." And I said, "Well, you could, grab that tire there." He said, no, that's not how I'm going to help you. So let me explain something to you. He said, these punk ass kids go through this parking lot. They dump out screws and nails, hoping someone just like you gets a flat tire. Then they come along with baseball bats or whatever they've got, beat the living fuck out of you and leave you for dead. They steal your watch, your wallet, and everything you got. And I said, well, if there's a bunch of them and there's only 2 of us, how are we going to fight them off? And he says, well, I got my buddy Smith & Wesson right here. Yeah. And I said, well, I was at that in a city that you can't have guns. You got that. And he said, well, I work for a security company. I'm here. I'm hired by Phillips to make sure that their trucks over here don't get molested by any of these punks. So, this kind of stuff, it isn't just between black on black crime. It happens to just about everybody.
They're preying on everybody.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
And this is an area where it's, it should be secure because it's within McCormick Place, and a lot of people, professional people, are coming there.
Perfect. And again, look at this one. Tim, cut to this one. 2 killed, 19 injured in Detroit block party shooting. What's it? Published July 7th.
That's sad.
That's so sad.
I will ask off air if Livingston County is the highest or one of the highest concealed carry
I believe
counties.
we are.
I believe we're the highest concealed carry
per capita.
I think there's one other county that surpasses in actual ownership, not concealed carry licensure, but in ownership. And I want to say one of them was maybe Macomb or Wayne, because there's a lot of people down there that have to protect it. Listen, I worked with a bunch of black pastors down in Detroit. Okay. And the amount of things that they went through to protect their own property from their own people, it's like either you're attending service and converted to Jesus, or I have to protect myself from you.
Right.
I watched this with the pastoral staffs of multiple churches in Detroit. And at that time, for 28 years, I did shave my head. You guys can find pictures of it. I shaved my head for 28 years. So I'm walking down there as a quote unquote skinhead. I was never a skinhead, but I mean, I shaved my head just because it was cheaper than going to the barber. And I didn't like my hair. Now I like my hair. It's coming in pretty good. It looks, I mean, it's I appreciate it more. Anyways, so I'm down there preaching in multiple churches. Love the people down there. Gorgeous people. They're absolutely just phenomenal people. When you walk into a room, one of the things I would say when I would do most of my messages down there in the churches, I go, all right, let's get this out of the way. Because obviously I'm lighter skinned than you. I haven't seen enough sun.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you, Tim. I would go, look, white chocolate, I say white chocolate, milk chocolate. And I'd find the darkest person in the room. I go, dark chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I would go, all right, we're all good. And I said, so we're all chocolate. Just depends on what flavor. Because this idea of division and try to divide us. And then I would teach them a message that had nothing to do with identity politics or other shit. It was about what your purpose is and what your destiny is and who you are in Christ, who you're supposed to be.
2017 Snapback World Encounter.
We don't even
Look at
rank
that
in the top
pantheon.
5.
We don't rank in the top 5 of
CPL holders.
Livingston County
Livingston doesn't even
We
make
don't
the top
even
5.
make the top 5. It's
No, I've
Alcona.
had Dan Wolahan on here. There's some statistic that we're in the top 2.
According to this, as of July of 2024, Alcona,
Oh, okay.
Dickinson,
Okay, is
Lapeer,
it per capita though?
Dan was on
per
during the red
capita
flags.
rate of concealed pistol licenses. Yes.
So what's the number 1?
Number 1 is Alcona.
Alcona is Tim, pull up our map.
Which one?
The state
Counties?
map. Yeah, state county map.
It's Alcona,
up
Dickinson, Lapeer,
Sorry, I cut before you were ready.
Montmorency.
He's looking shit up and I
and
cut
Berry
back.
County. And Berry County's got Darleaf.
Darleaf is fucking badass.
That man.
Dude, I've tried to get him. Now, I haven't tried to get him on the show, but I've tried to get him on the show. Like somebody said, I'll get Darleaf on the show. I was like, do it. And they're like, okay, I'll try. And I go, what's up with Darleaf? And they go, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's doing this. I'm like, so that's the extent of my trying, but I would love to have Darleaf.
Why don't you just tell him that Patrick will have an impromptu party and he'll come?
You are so
Dude, you're so salty.
butthurt.
Have some more of your salty fucking
I
stuff.
notice you're all digging into it. So, that's I'm
I
going through a
haven't
whole
touched it.
Bullshit.
The only one I ate
Liar.
was the one off the floor that Patrick dropped. The only one I ate was the one that came off the
It was an
floor.
impromptu drop.
Because I was
You
like,
ate it off the floor. And
Dude, it
that's
rolled
what you're going to admit to.
dude, it rolled over and hit me in the foot, and I called it out. I was
my
like,
God.
Patrick, something hit my foot. He's like, yeah. And I reached down, and I'm like, well, that's a little chocolate drop. I can't let that go to
I
waste.
saw his fingers.
It's like a
in it.
15
You can
minute.
rewind it. Don't bullshit
It's like a
me.
15-minute rule,
I haven't touched
and I ate it.
I bring it for you guys.
Dude, you're just trying to implement yourself. Tim, did you find it, buddy?
I can never find a good Michigan map.
Yeah.
So the insane challenge to the story
That I can
shared
zoom
with
in
you
on,
is that I'm a CPL holder, and I can't take my weapon with me to Chicago.
No, you
to
can't.
protect myself.
No.
No.
Correct.
No, do you know, I believe
But
the
the
last
punk
time
ass
that I
kids can
looked
have
at the laws, if I was traveling across,
There
because
we
I have
go.
a concealed weapons, when you hit Illinois, I believe, you have to take it and put it in the trunk.
The S is silent, by the
You
way.
know,
Yeah.
even though you're,
Where's Alcoa? Scroll in there.
Alcoa.
Did you say Kelly is his number one? Alcoa?
It was Alcona.
Alcona. Alcona is number one.
it's up north.
It's on Larry's
in the
phone.
UP?
What's the list? What's the list of
There's
counties?
Dickinson, Lapeer, Alcona was number one. Then Dickinson,
Dickinson's in the UP.
then Lapeer, then Morrissey, and Berry County.
I'd have to check that. How can some of
So
those
where does
counties
Livingston
up there
County
that got
fall in
like
that? Because I know
10,000
Livingston
people
County is,
have
is
more-
high on one of
Right,
them.
I don't get that.
Maybe
Because
ownership?
Even if they all had
Just
concealed
straight up
weapons,
ownership?
you still would have more.
I'm getting some confirmation off
Right.
camera
Yeah.
that Livingston County is the highest in ownership of guns outright,
Oh, period. Okay.
not concealed carry or
Larry lost all of his in a tragic boating accident.
Yes.
they
last
sank to the
time-
bottom of
Also
the
had
lake.
mine.
Yeah,
In
lost all
it.
of his arms.
I have no fucking idea where any of my guns are.
That hurt my ear.
We were so close there.
10 seconds
I was
away.
looking over at Tim. I was like, I'm waiting for him to look me in the eye before he was like pushing the button. Does anybody else? Oh my God.
Just to get to that menu. I'm just lucky it worked the first time.
I do like the smell when we're
Smell
walking
gun
out.
fire.
So that's what we do for date night is we go to the gun range.
Fuck yeah.
I love it.
Now that's a girl that we can get behind on the show. Patrick has shot this gun.
Yep.
Mr. Coffee and Larry have not shot this gun. Kelly's not shot
I
this
have
gun.
not.
But Patrick has been with me and shot this gun. Patrick, would you like to give us a good
Well,
rack?
which is funny. For full disclosure, I've lived here with you guys for almost 2 years. Nobody has handed me a gun or took me shooting.
I
the
don't
entire
Well, there's a
time.
reason. No, fuck with Tim.
Sometimes,
No, we need to take Tim. We need to take Tim out shooting.
Sometimes instincts just
I'll
kick
take
in.
my little Walther.
and we were connected with a decent 2A group, and then they became fucktards.
Fuck
Oh.
cards. Yeah. There was some stuff like that.
Yeah.
Patrick,
You
give
mean
me a good
body
rack.
washing place.
Give me a good rack, Patrick. Oh, and Tim ready?
No, it's not gonna work.
3,
It's not gonna
2,
work.
1.
No, the buttons are broken.
Buttons are
Oh.
broken again.
Oh my
Have to
God.
reset
Patrick,
that
just
whole
give me a
software.
click right in here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, and most people don't realize that with this shotgun right here, this is a Marine. I inherited this from my father-in-law, Tanya's dad.
Her name
This
is
is a
Maureen.
Marine chromed barrel. Chrome. It's all chromed. All of the metal is chromed. Okay. There is no release on here. Therefore, if you don't have a release on the gun itself, then it's okay to dry fire because it has the mechanism within it that it's allowed to dry fire. So when Patrick pulled it down here, set it up, and pulls back, I can dry fire it because it has no hammer
Safety.
release,
Your
no
safety.
hammer release on it. So I've shot this one. I love doing a walk with this gun. This takes 5. I have not illegally removed the spring in here. You could do 6 rounds. This takes 5 rounds. Plus you can drop another one in the chamber up here. So you can do 6 rounds, but you could have another 6 in the tube. I love walking this 12 gauge because you drop it in your shoulder and you just walk and you just boom. And what I like to do is I like to take a water bottle over at my son's place, water bottle, something, a gallon jug, and you set it out maybe 35 feet, 40 feet from you, and you just boom, and it pops, and then boom, and you just keep walking towards it. And that is a defensive training because if you have an assailant coming towards you,
I like to do that.
you
with
want to be
my
aggressive.
Make believe 556.
Yep. And you want to boom and then walk towards them. Boom, 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 boom until they're neutralized. That is one of the defensive tactics that they teach you. They taught us a lot in when I went and got my concealed carry.
It's also good for zombies.
It is great for zombies, but you got to aim for the head.
Yes.
Aim for the head with
And
zombies.
double tap.
I miss my AR-15. It's a shame my boat sank last February.
So full of
That's
shit.
why
Larry.
mine is my made up
It's my made up one in my
Hey,
mind.
we're coming to that time. I need to start with some final thoughts because you fuckers have talked a lot. And I didn't even cover, listen, I got to cover this real quick. Final thoughts. Think about your final thoughts. Credit card battles in New York Senate. All right. So there's a Senate bill. I'm going to scroll up to this. Senate bill. Put my glasses. I'm doing my DMSO things and it's better, but it hasn't totally cured me from Senate bill. This is the New York Senate, not the federal Senate, but the New York Senate S8476A. This is their Senate bill. Okay. Where the fuck is it? Right here.
Not on the screen.
I got you. The attorney, here it is. New York legislature just passed a bill, S8479A, which forces credit card companies to report firearms and ammo purchases. Why the fuck do you need to know what I'm purchasing on a credit card?
So the DOJ actually, or DOD, one of the two, actually made this a thing like 3 years ago.
DOD, Department of Defense.
Which is awesome because the Chevron decision in the Supreme Court has defanged or
But they've already tracked and traced all the people that have made
correct
those
previous to
purchases
this.
since
But
then.
the Chevron deference said
You can't enforce.
you can't
You
enforce
got no
because
opinion.
oh, there she is. I love her. She is a great girl. So this is this completely infringes on Second Amendment and citizens' rights to privacy.
What are we Bolsheviks or something?
Because sometimes you can't fuck with us because you know what? We have guns and go fuck yourself. So here's the thing. Roger Marshall, J.D. Vance, and Josh Hawley, we like all three of those people are backing a credit card competition. Help me out, Patrick. You have a degree I don't know.
Competition.
Act which breaks up Visa, MasterCard duopoly because they work together.
They need to
and
do that
allows
with
competitors to fight back
What
against
does-
unconstitutional law. It's like, listen, if I want to purchase whatever the fuck I want to, listen, if I want to purchase a tank, maybe Patrick and I want to drive around and blow shit up.
I want a cannon.
Maybe I want a cannon. Maybe I want to fucking, whatever I want. I want to purchase it, right? Some people in this country, you have to get, listen, I don't want Visa and MasterCard to track the shit that I purchase.
Isn't this the start to leading towards the digital dollar where they can keep tracks of everything you buy?
I'm gonna show you something right here. I'm gonna look at this lower right here. You can't see my mouse.
Oh, and you need me to picture
That right there, the one that AR or that 9mm with the blue. See that blue trigger?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run down the safe right now while one of you does your final thoughts.
You don't have enough time, man.
I do have time. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it.
Whoa,
Coffee, don't tell me.
all
I
my
don't have to do it.
monitors just
I can
Don't challenge him.
You don't. I got a
MasterCard.
police report
Hey,
right
did
here.
we just crash?
Are you gonna read it?
We didn't crash.
No.
Yeah, whatever
I'm
you
just-
do,
I'm not reading
be
anything.
very careful.
All my
I'm
monitors
not
are gone.
reading anything.
If he throws
all my monitors
the
are
G
gone.
Serrano
Hold
bottle
on.
that way,
What's
We still got audio.
Stop talking. Are we on the air?
We're on the air.
No. Did the tower just crash?
No. Yeah, the tower crashed, but
we're
Which
not on
means
the air.
We're not getting anything.
turn off the overlay on the physical.
I literally now only have one monitor up.
Correct.
It's all blocked.
Turn the overlay off on the upper corner. Turn off the overlay because the audio is still going.
Yeah,
There
they
you
can
go.
hear
There you
us.
go. It's the overlay. So the tower crashed. All right. So look in the bottom corner, and I want you guys to see this So you got the Visa, MasterCard. I want you to see this gun down here in the lower corner
The weapon?
with the blue trigger right there. I'm gonna go grab that out of my fucking safe.
Oh,
while
geez,
Tim
here he goes.
reboots.
We're rebooting.
We're rebooting, and it's all good
We're
because
booting.
shit happens on the show.
I see a picture now on the screen that I didn't see before. It's back on.
I
Yeah.
got it. I've been watching it. That report is so stupid. What a waste of time. What a waste.
This
of
is
time.
my salon. It's live feed.
Oh, cool. Blink.
No.
No, I got Blink.
I'm going to leave this with my special
I
guest over
should
here.
check, see if the wife.
I left my magazine. What was it called earlier? A mass. What was it called?
Feeding device.
That's cool.
Mass feeding
ammunition
device,
feeding
yeah.
device.
A mass
I
ammunition
wonder if I'd
feeding
supply
device.
that.
I left my mass ammunition feeding
pallet
device
would.
next
I
to
wonder
our
if I
guest
supplied that
as I
there.
walk by Tim.
No.
But I want you guys to look at
I used
this.
to do
So,
that.
so for everybody,
I used to- I did
Tim,
a lot of
come back to
tear
the.
down.
You can do
Get
it on the
to people.
physically.
They come get it.
I'll do it.
$1 a board.
That
Okay.
is a wall panel.
Yeah, I can
That's
see
all it is.
to it. Yeah, but it's the pallet
Fake.
wood. It's fake.
It's fake.
Oh,
It's
just
a wall panel.
Oh, really?
Okay, so everybody like this.
I'm
All
not
right,
impressed.
so I have a program to do the over.
Never done this.
Wall feed. That's what I want. So the overlay is gone.
Gone.
So I want you guys to do this. Okay.
That's my place.
This right here,
Cool.
the blue trigger.
Keep an eye on
I think it's haunted.
it.
I forgot my phone. I was gonna look in.
Where the fuck?
Jeez.
Wall feed. I'm pushing the wrong
She-
button. All
She
right, wall
texted
feed.
me, hey, look at the camera.
All right, there we go. Wall feed. Okay. So if you look back behind me, right there, does that look familiar? You guys will have to zoom in later,
That's it.
but that is it. This is my Q5 match. This is one of my favorite guns to shoot. It is one of the most accurate guns that I have.
It looks a lot like mine.
Phenomenal. It has a competition trigger on it.
I don't have that though.
So the competition trigger means that you have to pull the center part of the trigger before you hit the regular trigger. Now, I've already pulled the magazine out. There is no hammer to release on this, so I can dry fire this safely.
Do you ever use the dry fire bullets for the to practice indoors, like at home?
We have the
I have
9mm.
the
We have the 9mm laser
Mhm.
ones that we do. We do
Mhm.
those all the time.
I love those.
Vince likes to put them on the door over there, and we do that stuff. So apparently the tower crashed. I don't know why. Could be the deep state didn't like what we were talking about.
They
I don't know about that.
control over your tower.
So credit card battles in New York, Senate bill. We talked about the mass shooting in July, over the July 4th weekend in Chicago. Nothing to see there. There we go. We talked about judging people by their fruit. What's your fruit?
Tell you,
You've got multiple people being murdered in the streets of cities that have declared that
The
you
grown-ups
you
are in
can't defend
charge.
you can't defend
The grown-ups are in charge.
you can't defend yourself.
It was a bad day.
It was a bad
It
day.
was a bad day.
Oh,
He had a bad day.
came back from 12 days of preparation and just had a cold.
It was a bad day.
It's a
He had
bad day.
cold.
My
He had
bad.
a bad day.
You know what?
Guys
I'm fully into with that.
You guys are pissing me off with this ageist shit. Bunch of ageist.
You're so sensitive. You're a sensitive.
Ageism.
You
ageist.
are a
Did you see
sensitive-
that today?
Listen,
It's the new.
I do not want to be
See,
gender
you can't call me
specific.
a racist anymore now.
You know what's funny to me is how many dumb women I hear talking about the patriarchy, the patriarchy.
No.
And then I'm like, you realize the screwed up matriarchy is what created that patriarchy you don't like, right? And your screwed up matriarchy is kind of the whole reason we're in this shit
I
show.
never dive into and try to refrain from a lot of stuff that I listen to on a lot of podcasts. But I tuned to this girl the other day on one of my favorite podcasts. She was being interviewed on there. Fucking phenomenal. She was like, how do I phrase this right? Highly erotic, very feminine, honoring men, and saying the height of feminism is to be a very provocative, monogamous woman who appreciates the men in her life. And I was like, holy shit. And she went down this whole road of talking about how she was indoctrinated into feminism. And she came to this realization that when she became the powerful feminine that she was, appreciating the extreme masculine
Mm-hmm.
that she was in the most fulfilled place.
Mm-hmm.
And like I listened to it like 3 times in a row throughout my workday because I get broke up during my work, and I like sent it to Tanya. I was like, listen to this one. I was like, but it was phenomenal, this dynamic. And she's got a whole bunch of stuff, and she was like, the minute that I rejected the
lie, the
lie
indoctrination.
of feminism and embrace the matriarchy and the patriarchy of being a strong female connected with a strong male, that she just got blackballed for that shit.
Somebody sent me screenshots of this.
Huh?
Somebody sent me screenshots of this whole situation where these women are talking about whether or not they would rather encounter a bear in the woods or a man or men. And all these liberal women are saying they would rather encounter a bear in the woods than a man or men.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And it's funny because I sit on a show typically with 4 or 5 males, and I would rather have any one of you in the woods with me than running into a bear. But at the same time, I look at these women, and they are all, and I'm not saying they all, but they all look very sad.
Yep.
They all are very
they're not fulfilled.
Unhealthy looking. They
They're
look
not fulfilled.
unhealthy. Yes. Like and I look at the men in my life, the men I surround myself with, and I appreciate the strength of the men in my life. Like my husband I love his masculinity. I love that he is the man of the house. I love that I am able to support him as a wife should. That is awesome.
You have to admit one thing, though.
Wow.
That we are babies when we get a cold.
Oh, for sure. But see,
pussies.
that's the
I'm
thing
not.
that's what makes me
Bullshit.
so strong, though, is
No,
I
Coffee.
care.
We
Talk
like
to Tanya.
I
don't fucking tell them.
I
just
care
don't remember anyhow. You
for the
think
men
your
in my
car was
life,
good.
and that's where I feel the most fulfilled, is because I care for the men in my life.
Correct.
I am able to
And that's
support and help sustain them.
And that's the dynamic that I was looking at. She was articulating this and coming up with it. She's like, look, when we stand in our strength and men stand in their strength, she goes, I looked around and she's like, I'm feminist. And I don't need a man. I don't need a man. And she looked around and she's like, wait a minute, my gardener, my mechanic, my carpenter, all the people in her life that she was paying to fix all the shit in her life were all men who had fucking skills.
I can learn.
Who were not looking at her, looking down at her, but were there to take care of what she needed without any animus, without any overtones whatsoever. And she goes, wait a minute. I had to realize all of the men that I discounted or marginalized in my life were actually the ones who were the ones taking care of all the things that I couldn't. And she said, I had to shift in my appreciation to realize they were taken care of. And once she shifted in her appreciation of what they were taking care of, she said she relaxed it into her own femininity. And she was like, I like to go out there and be presentable and appreciative, because when a man does a good job for you, male or female, when a man does a good job for you, we've all had situations where somebody's come in and done some work for us. When they do a good job for us, if we're honorable, if we're centered if we're balanced within our own center, we go, thank you. You did a great fucking job. I appreciate you. You did an awesome job. Here's your pay, your compensation, but also here's this. When people have come in, when the guys come in and did my countertops, Patrick brought up agave, the tequila cognac flavoring. The guys came in and did my $8,000 countertops here in the man cave. I gave them a bottle out of my freezer because I said, I appreciate what you're doing. And then I also tipped them, gave them a bottle, an $80 bottle of, or no, it's $40 bottle of agave, and then tipped them on top of that.
I wish we'd get another bottle of it.
I know.
I tell you what,
but that's the dynamics. Where the fuck were you, Larry?
We had like a whole 45
Turn this on right here.
Do you hear
If
me
we
now?
turn that on right there, it's pretty easy.
Can you hear me now?
Can you guys hear me now? Give me a point in the chat. Both of our channels
Audio.
were off on the
Woo!
microphone.
Audio.
Studebaker. We have the audio.
Yeah.
Yay.
Now it's
So-
on. Okay.
Are we
So-
braining it?
Here we are. Final thoughts. It's already recorded. Whatever else we did, it's recorded in the other channels. That's the whole good point. Final thoughts, Mr. Coffee.
Well, on that note, I'm fairly confident in mankind that girly girls will find boys and keep the species going, and the rest can just die off.
You hope. I mean, China's going to
I got-
fucking implode.
I got nothing
baby
but
Chelsea.
girly girls on granddaughters and stuff. And
I'm not a
pretty,
girly girl, and I'm
No,
still
you know what I'm
procreating.
saying. I'm
Yeah.
talking
She's a
about my
tomboy,
daughter.
likes
My
to get it
daughter,
on.
she was a boyish, tomboyish, and then all of a sudden at 16, I was like, oh shit! She came out like going to a.
She's got tits!
Oh shit! I liked you better when you were a tomboy boy.
Oh.
And she's got 4 of my grandkids, but I'm very. There's lots of.
She's
I
got
see lots of
curves.
girly girls that looking for boys, and all those fruitcake whatever girly girls can have the leftover mommy boys that are still sitting in their basement. And as far as my final thought, you gotta vote. Don't depend on me to tell you who to vote for. I won't do that. Nobody knows how I'm voting. You got to figure out for yourself. You got to do your own homework and don't just take somebody else's word for it. I'm going to vote. And the last standing signs on my little corner, guaranteed, then you will know after August.
I can't see anything. I don't know what.
I realize that, Tim. Shut your microphone off so I'm not hearing your overtones while he's trying to explain himself. I understand we have technical difficulties, but the minute that you don't, I already muted your microphone, but you keep talking over there as if we can hear you. Stop, please. I'm trying to salvage the show, not make it more, not as exacerbated. Or I can't even say the word. Exacerbate it
We're
more.
masturbating now?
It's
No.
masturbating.
What are we doing now? Larry, what's this?
We just
turn
went
into?
left. We just went real hard left.
We just took a corner.
We're all frustrated.
All I'm saying is, after the primaries, you will see the horses in the front of the race, and then you will know exactly who I'm voting for. It's simple.
I know who
And
I'm
they're-
voting for.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, let's say whoever's in my mind to vote for doesn't make it to the final race. The one sign that's still left in my yard that person or her was running against will get my vote. You
Fuck yeah.
And I think everybody should coalesce.
Unless
after
you
all
know
the
them
dust-
personally and you don't
Unless
agree
you
with them.
unless you really got something there or whatever.
I got
But
3
we-
people
we-
that I am not voting for.
Okay,
that-
I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
You got to figure out your person.
I sit at the Vets podcast, and there's literally all different candidates represented there, and that's cool with me. It's cool.
Yeah.
All right, Larry.
Yeah, we don't have any bad candidates. So I like them all.
I like everybody.
So I am not going to.
Opine on that?
Oh,
Right.
one other
I'm
thing.
just
Come on,
gonna-
Larry.
I'm
Give me
just-
something.
I'm just going to tell you that I like them all, and whoever wins, I'm going to get behind.
Right. That's what I'm
And
saying.
that's just the end of it.
Somebody's phone went off. and it
Fucking
wasn't
Larry's
me.
phone going off. Come
Not
on.
mine. I'm
Oh,
holding mine.
Larry.
So
Are you going to read it?
my final thought
You're going to read it.
is to chime in on the police report.
Sheriff.
I wanted
Sheriff.
to say something. Damn it! I didn't think you were bringing it up.
Yep, the sheriff's report taken out against me by a Heartland school board member.
It was. I knew that shit was coming.
You want me to read it
Fucking
in
Larry.
Natasha's
Yeah,
voice?
because I posted Facebook memes on her Facebook page,
And she didn't like it.
and she didn't like it.
So she tattled on you.
So she tried to use the sheriff's department to silence me.
Because she was
And if I
threatened.
can quote, it says, confirmed that none of the responses' comments were threatening and just him not agreeing with some of her stances. He
you're
wasted
bad.
fucking law enforcement's time and effort because at the bottom it says, this report will be closed.
Because
How
you're a
many
bad and
man-irons?
mean man, Larry. You're a dick.
Where the hell's he at?
He's doing his own thing right
Is
now.
he in the bedroom? But
Is that waste? Would your Russian friend like to read this report?
You want her to?
Yes.
Okay.
So my Russian friend is going to read this report.
Thank you.
Information. On 6/25/24, I responded to in Genoa Township for threats complaint. The caller, Cindy Shaw, not elected, selected, identified herself as Heartland School Board member, not elected, selected, and advised that there was a male, Larry Parsons, who is saying terrible things about her.
Terrible things.
Contact with Cindy Shaw, selected, not elected.
Selected, not elected.
At so-and-so spoke with Miss Shaw about her situation involving Larry Parsons. She advised me that Mr. Parsons had been responding to her Facebook posts in an unhealthy manner, and it was concerning. Per Miss Shaw, the most recent response comments were to posts on her Facebook account. Cindy Shaw from Heartland Consolidated School Board.
Selected, not elected.
After inquiring, Miss Shaw said that the responses, comments on her post from Mr. Parsons have been going on for over a year and a half, and it has got to the point where she felt it necessary to contact the police for a report.
He's a mean man. He's kind of mean.
I gotta go back to Natasha's voice because I'm doing a horrible job.
Do it.
Miss Shaw confirmed that none of the response comments were threatening and just not him agreeing with some of her stances. In the end, Miss Shaw knew that what Mr. Parsons was doing was not criminal. She just wanted to finally document what has been going on for some time with a police report. Miss Shaw was given a business card with complaint number from her police report. I also sent on to Accent Citizens link to her email for all the Facebook information to be part of the report. Once received, the Facebook information will be uploaded to evidence.com. I wish they would have done that for me when those guys were sending all their penis pictures to me. That sucked. Contact with Larry Parsons. I called Mr. Parsons and talked to him about the complaint. Mr. Parsons knew he was not doing anything wrong and said that she was just mad because he was putting out information that made her butt look big. Look bad.
Natasha, I gotta stop you. What did it say? Mr. Parsons she knew that Mr. Parsons did nothing wrong?
She just wanted to finally document that what has been going on for some time in a police report.
I don't like what Larry did. Larry made fun of my fat butt sitting down while the flag was being praised through the Pledge of Allegiance, and I didn't like that.
Funny.
Mr. Parsons was provided the complaint number for the police report via text at his request. Status report. The report will be closed. Respectfully submitted.
You know what? On this show, we do not ascribe to this type of terrorism and terrorism.
I heard you got swatted. Did you get swatted?
I just want to say, since I'm very bored, I'm going to do I just disagree with the corn thing. I'm making a police show. I'm disagreeing.
I know. Listen,
I'm going to do a whole bunch of, and they're just right down from my house. I can sit down there all day and write
reports. If you want to criticize Natasha, I completely understand, but she's right.
So the next time Cindy Shaw votes for rainbow flag, should I file a police report?
I think you should. I think you should tell her to go fuck her.
Yep.
Something.
She was selected, not elected, and actually per the Michigan Constitution, when a seat is vacated, it is not the duty of anyone to put someone in that seat other than the people that are supposed to elect to that seat. So the special election should have been held within a few weeks of the vacation of the seat. But because our government locally doesn't always follow the rules, especially stupid board members that don't know the rules because they don't read.
Man, what the fuck's wrong with you?
You get people like Cindy Shaw who don't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. What the hell is happening?
I don't know where he's going.
I threw fucking
he finally got
3
the right
pens
color.
and copy to sign my paper,
No.
and 3 of them slid off, and he finally
got the right color.
Oh my goodness gracious. That was a lot.
I know.
Sign my paper.
These are evil colors.
The computer crashed over there. Tim's retreated to his office. We're good.
I kind of like the chaos. I'll be the chaos coordinator.
Listen, when I watch $1 Million Studios have meltdowns and my studio has like a glitch, I go, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. That was Larry's. Natasha, do you have anything?
Yep.
Your final thought before we go to Patrick, and then I'll finish it up.
My
tonight.
final thought is I got a very disturbing email from somebody telling me that they think I should get a mail-in ballot, and that is the only way to ensure that we win this election. And when I responded with, you do realize sending in mail-in ballots early gives them the upper hand, because then they can flood the votes the way they need to. They know what the numbers are to compare with because of the algorithms and the transfer of data and blah, blah, blah. They said, so the only way to actually secure the elections is day of and remove the machines. And she said that I hate President Trump and that I want him to lose. And I responded, and called me an idiot. And I responded with,
wait.
Bless your heart.
You went, hey, I don't think that I should do a mail-in ballot. I think that maybe I should just do a
Day of, take my own pen,
day of, walk
show
in
up,
that.
do my job like
do my
it's
job.
supposed to be done. Like it's
It's all
been
good.
done for 100 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no.
She went,
I'm an idiot. And so
you're an idiot. You don't like Trump.
Yes.
You're not a conservative.
My response to her was, if calling me an idiot to an unsolicited email asking me to commit voter fraud is your idea of a good time, I guess have at it and bless your heart. May God bless your soul.
You will be at the, Kelly will be at the next party here at the Man Cave. I don't know who the individual that texted you. Probably not here.
Well, it was one of those polling things, so you know it was
maybe.
somebody.
Are you
working
singing
towards-
karaoke Saturday?
Is that happening this Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, I can come sing karaoke.
Christina Like is doing her birthday party here at the Man Cave. It's a birthday party fundraiser here this coming Saturday.
Birthday party. I like
Birthday
birthday
party.
Are you coming?
Fundraiser.
Are you inviting any people that are funded by George Soros?
Not you.
Well, there's a lot of people funded by George Soros in roundabout ways.
I'll
And
take
they're
some
both
funding.
Republican and
only
Democrat.
people
so-
approved by the select committee.
Well, I'm sorry I won't be
You know,
able
the
to be
Koch
here.
brothers get their money from the Soros.
Mm.
And they
These-
kind of fund some of the red people.
Yeah,
so-
they only do 50% of what we like,
Just
versus
saying.
the 95% of what we really like.
USAspending.gov.
So Kelly's going to be here singing karaoke. She likes to do. What's your favorite song karaoke when you sing it?
Hit Me With Your Best Shot by Pat Benatar.
Hit me with your best shot.
I enjoy
Make sure
that.
you
Hell yeah!
Make sure
Actually,
you record.
Can I sing the lower octave with you?
It's Fiona Apple, and it's
It's a newer version.
no, it's an older song from Fiona Apple that I love to sing. It's Criminal.
Not Criminal.
It's called Criminal.
Is it an original?
Yeah, it's one of her originals. Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking forward to that.
Mm-hmm.
Bring
if
your
you have
man.
it, I can sing it.
We
I
use
can't-
YouTube. We use
My
YouTube
man was in
karaoke.
the ear this morning.
The fuck! We gotta get you healthy.
I'm healthy.
You're having
No, I'm
chest
saying
pains.
the whole crew.
We think he might have separated
Oh, I thought you
a
said
muscle
you.
from. No, he was having chest pains.
No, who is he? I'm
My
sorry.
husband
Okay.
was in the ear.
He's a manly man.
We
but-
think he may
but
have separated a muscle from a rib.
He's probably
I
picking up
tell you what,
equipment
that-
for
well,
her.
bruised ribs or broken ribs are. This sucks. Oh, jeez, oh, Pete.
I'm
You
just
can't do
fucking,
anything.
don't answer. He's probably picking up equipment for Kelly
No.
because he's a manly man, and Kelly loves manly
Wait a
men.
minute.
who are so fucking
No.
strong.
Rewind.
He's like,
Rewind.
no.
Listen.
Listen.
Jeremy,
Listen.
check this. Jeremy, check this out.
Kelly's like, he picked up something strong for me because he's a manly man.
Jeremy.
Spank my ass later.
Jeremy.
That's my favorite.
Hey, you're on the right track. Start piecing shit together. What she said, what she loves, going to the range, and it gets all sets her bed.
I know.
And,
That's her
and
date
just start adding, man, and
What
all
I
of a sudden
said.
he's got pulled ribs and separated ribs.
I also have a
Somebody
trapeze
riding that
for
horse
yoga.
hard.
I have a yoga trapeze.
yeah.
I hang from the ceiling.
Nice.
Upside down.
Awesome. That's what I'm
Fucking
talking about.
Patrick,
Yeah,
you're
it's for
up.
yoga.
Top
All right,
down.
You ready? Patrick, give me your final thoughts. Sign my paper, my friend. What do you want? What color do you want? Give him a good quote.
Whatever you grab, any of them works.
There's a green. Okay.
My final
I like
thoughts are always in terms of election integrity, because I am involved with the election integrity committee, and I would ask that people get involved, get a hold of your local Republican chapter, sign up to be a poll worker, help out. Don't just vote, but help out. Become a poll worker and get in there and get involved.
Worker,
It's
not
the only
challenger,
way-
right?
Right. Yeah.
Especially if you're in a Democrat-controlled area.
Yeah. As a challenger, you're kind of on the outside looking in. If you're a worker, you're involved with it, so you can see what's going on.
Absolutely.
Put your hands on it. So get involved.
Get involved.
Become
Can I
part
ask you a question on that?
Sure.
Stupid question, but I ask a lot of them, and then I'm not stupid after that. part.
Listen,
I keep
we
saying
keep
it,
telling you there are
but-
no stupid questions,
I
only
know,
stupid
and I
people.
keep telling you, I get smarter all the time. So let's say I go into precinct 1, 2, whatever I'm in, how I can't remember. I just know where it's at.
Yeah.
And I put the thing into the machine. And then when they count that machine, who are the people watching that count? What are they called? What?
That's the
Liberals.
It's the
poll workers.
Poll workers. Because
Poll workers.
a lady on another board has asked me to be a whatever worker for the day or something else.
Do it.
Yeah, you
I wanna-
actually get paid for that.
Yeah,
You
she
can
said
get
it was
paid.
like $250.
You do get
Do
paid.
Whew.
Yeah.
I
Get
need
in
a
there,
job.
Coffee.
I was going to contact Soros and tell him to fund me. I'll do something.
You
Fuck.
get,
Dude,
you get
right?
paid.
You just got to
and-
turn over a couple of Jews now and then.
Oh.
Man.
Oh,
But
You get paid. And
Hey,
you're
wait,
doing
wait,
something
Soros.
good.
Did the Soros
You
not
know,
on
you're
record
helping
saying it's like,
ensure.
I turned over a number of Jews and it was
Now, the
good. It was
ones-
happy time making.
so the ones that are at the table when you walk in, and you walk down 4 people, and then you go vote. Those are
They're all poll workers.
those are poll workers,
Right.
and then the guys that are watching the counting is a poll worker
They are
too.
poll workers.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the other one you were saying?
Poll challengers.
Okay.
They're the
Poll
ones that-
challengers.
They want to look at signatures and
Correct.
Okay.
verify that.
Is there a challenger at the table? There's always 4 people.
Those are pretty much all poll workers.
not when you go to the precincts. No, there wouldn't be a challenger right there.
Tomorrow, I'm going to play hockey. I need a bunch of poll challengers because there'll be a number of times that the pole gets
Pole.
hit.
Puck's going to hit the pole.
Pole's going to get hit. And
Have you ever got a
I want somebody to challenge that and go, nah,
I have a cool
didn't make it in.
question. Why do they scan your ID now? They didn't used to do that.
Because it tells them who you are and that you are actually in their system.
Okay.
So that's legit.
That's legit.
That's legit because they have a lot of places throughout the country.
That are providing false IDs. I know.
They're not doing that stuff.
Yeah.
Patrick, you good?
Yes, I am.
Patrick Acton.
Become a helper.
Mr. Coffee, anything to follow up finally on chat before we close out the show and I give my final thoughts? Give me something, Coffee.
Cat guy or Hosberg.
Oh, beast.
Never mind about Hosberg. He's all over the place. Wait.
Bear mate.
Okay, just
crime.
leave Hosberg alone. He's dogging everybody. And then Studebaker says, I'm currently in Oakland County, temporarily registered in Roscommon.
I can't even read that.
Computer
word.
crashed and I had,
Hosberg.
look at all this shit. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, damn, we're out.
No, I'm saying
that was
as like
before.
computer crashed and it's having difficulties, but we're good.
Hosberg, you got in a little late, man.
Hey, you guys can catch up on chat. I love it between you, Kelly, and when Jen was a regular on the show, you guys always cover chat. And I'm horrible. There's so much things going on in the studio, right? But Kelly and Jen and now Coffee would cover chat.
I
And I'm
miss
like,
Jen.
Jen's dealing with life. She's dealing with.
Jen's doing great. I've
She's
seen
been
some
doing
pictures.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been dealing with being there was a lot of bullshit that came down on her for no fucking legitimate reason from a lot of fucking people. And I was with her, had many conversations with her, and I'm highly offended by the bullshit that came down on her for no reason. She did the best that she could with a lack of support. The number one thing that I connected with, I didn't know Jen.
You didn't know me. You didn't know any
I didn't
of
know
us.
anybody, but I didn't know Jen. And I walked into the first fucking meeting with a certificate being elected. It's over here on the wall somewhere. As a delegate. And they're like, you guys realize on Tuesday, you're elected as a delegate for the first time. On Thursday, you're in a fucking delegate
Convention hall. That's chaos.
To vote on people you think should be representing us at Lansing. This is how fucked up this shit is. Okay? Good, but fucking bad.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing the Lord told me is I'm sitting there in this meeting and I don't know anybody. I didn't know Larry. This is 2.5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago? 2 years ago. I didn't know Larry. I didn't know anybody in the meeting. I'm in a line with Mike Detmer. I'm in a line with Larry. I'm in a line with your sister. Now that you know she's your sister. You didn't know she was your sister.
No.
Lori?
She's your sister.
She's your sister, bro. Anyways, I'm in a line with a bunch of people. I'm out of my element. And I'm okay with that because I know how to be humble and listen to the environment and appreciate what's going on. But I walked into this place, hand a lanyard. You were elected 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Thrown into the fucking mix. Thrown into the gauntlet. Gonna go through all the stuff. And I had to navigate that shit. And one of the first things I heard the Lord say to me was, go buy her a drink. Jennifer Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked up to the podium where she's a fresh full-time or fresh first-time chairperson of the Republican Party. And the Lord said, go buy her a drink. And I walked up to her. I goes, I want to buy you a drink. She says, okay. I said, vodka and cranberry? She was awesome. I walked over to the bar. I bought her vodka and cranberry. I came back. I said, you need to take the edge off, relax a little bit. You're being thrown into the mix of a political environment that you have no ultimate bearing on. And you need to just relax and not overthink this. And Jennifer and I have been friends, close, extreme close confidants from that day forth. Kelly, you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
These are the type of dynamics that people want to pull us into. Is they want to pull us into environments where we are not comfortable. Because when you're not comfortable, you make decisions that you shouldn't make. When you are comfortable is, some of the dynamics of the charismatic movement that I've been involved in for years is they say, if you're comfortable, it's not God's not. No, fuck off. You can be in a very comfortable position and make a wrong decision. You can be in a very uncomfortable position and make the wrong decision. Are you comfortable with where God has placed you? And making a decision in line with what God is speaking to you. You can be here, there, everywhere, but your ultimate decision. Those are the fundamentals that we've got to understand. The only way we're going to navigate this is what Jesus said throughout the Gospels.
Don't be afraid.
Well, don't be afraid.
365 times.
Exactly. That's huge. But the theme tonight, I appreciate that. Judge them by their fruit.
Mm-hmm.
What is the fruit? A good tree bears good fruit. It can't bear bad fruit. It might have a couple apples that are not perfect. Here's the thing. When somebody says that a bad tree or a good tree can't bear bad fruit, and they say, well, that's bad fruit. Plant the fucking seeds of that tree. Plant the seeds of that bad, what you call bad fruit. Do you know that the apple tree has, I can't even remember the number off the top of my head. It's like 10,000. I want to say 100,000. 100,000 variants within the average seed. The average seed of a apple fruit tree has 100,000 variants. When you eat a gala, if you eat a
Golden delicious.
Golden Delicious.
Fuji.
If you eat a
Fuji.
Fuji, if you eat any of these apples, all of the genome, the genomic variants within that apple is within those seeds. When you plant it, you don't know what you're going to get. The vast majority of orchards out there are grafting. They're grafting. Do you know what grafting is?
Yes.
Some dynamics out there. You get a good tree that's bearing good fruit. You cut off a sapling. You graft it into another tree. You wrap it up. You hook it on there. Now that tree is bearing the fruit from another tree. It's not the original dynamics, the original genome of that tree, but it's producing the fruit that you want. Listen, do a little cursory study of husbandry. I watched my grandpa Gibbs, walk out there in the orchard, and he's putting tar on the trees to keep the bugs from coming up, and he's cutting things and he's doing stuff. I'm like, why do you cut? And then I watch over here, just over at Spicer's Orchard. You know what's most profound? Go over to Spicer Orchard in October, November, and watch how much they cut back those trees. And you'll find that they cut those trees back to almost nothing. A trunk and a couple of branches that only go so high. You know why? Because next spring, that tree is going to produce the fruit that they want. When you look at Biden, when you look at Kamala Harris, when you look at Nancy Pelosi, you look at Hillary Clinton, you look at Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, they're MTG. Bad trees cannot produce good fruit. Good trees cannot produce bad fruit. And even when you think it's bad fruit, take the fruit from that tree, put it in the ground, plant it, and watch the seeds that germinate. Because even if that apple that comes off that tree at that moment doesn't look good to you, what's going to come out of that is going to be fucking phenomenal. Because the seeds are what matter, not the outward shell that we call fruit. That's not the fruit. I've taken a practice over the last year. When I eat an apple, I will do that. What they call it, where they core them?
Yeah.
Right? You put an apple on a plate, and I core it.
Yeah.
And I get my slices, and I eat with some peanut butter, right? But I will take that core out of the middle of that, and I will eat my seeds. You know why? It's got cyanide in it. It's got cyanide in it. I go, yeah, it's got fucking cyanide in it. Do you know what cyanide does? Cyanide is a cancer.
Kills cancer cells.
Killing agent. Patrick, you've survived pancreatic or prostate cancer. And it was a P. Prostate cancer. I take to eating my seeds, and I did this as a kid, not knowing. But now I do it when I'm dealing with, I'm eating an apple. I will. Sometimes it's a relaxation. Sometimes it's forced. You got to work at stuff. Sometimes I just eat the seeds because I'm like, I cored my apple and I'm going to go upstairs. I'm going to relax in bed. Sometimes I go, fuck. And the Lord goes, eat your seeds. It's in Genesis. Go look it up. I'm not going to give you a sermon tonight. Either way, you judge a tree by its fruit. In the garden, in Genesis, the Lord said, I give you every seed-bearing tree for its fruit. I may have misquoted that improperly according to your King James or New King James or NIV or American Standard. Either way, you need to understand that what the Lord has provided for us in nature is what we need. If we access it properly, we will prosper. If we default to other men, and I don't mean that by any means as exclusive from gender, men, women, whatever. If you exclude that,
We have man in our word.
correct. Man, woman. There's some very diabolical women
Birthing people.
in the earth, birthing people.
Birthing people.
Wait, Larry, chest feeders.
Yes.
Chest feeders.
Is that what we've been dehumanized and devolved into?
Yeah. You know what? I want to see some awesome breastfeeding moms. No, I want to see that because it's the most phenomenal thing out there. You know what? Get that out there because that's the alternative to these transgender fucks and these twisted people out there doing, oh, I'm going to walk out there with glitter on my cock in front of a bunch of 2-year-olds and act like it's normal. No, you know what's normal? Is a mom breastfeeding her 2-year-old.
Can't do that.
Her
It's
new
offensive.
birth. That's normal.
That's offensive.
But this degenerate over here putting glitter on his cock, walking around in front of a bunch of kids, that's normal? Really? Are you serious? What's normal is a mom breastfeeding her kids.
I love the story of the guy walking past a gal that was sitting at a mall breastfeeding her child, and he said, you know, you need to cover up when you do that. So she said, okay, and she pulled out a blanket and put it over her head.
Yeah. That's exactly it. So listen, we're going to judge people by their fruit. Is your fruit lifting people up, honoring people? Is it, you know what? I'll give you some insight at the finish of the show tonight. And I have to pause. And I apologize because this is not, there's no hype in this. When I go into prayer, and I do it for a half an hour to an hour on a regular basis with the Lord. A half an hour to an hour, and he yells at me. You know what? The one thing that God yells at me on a daily basis is, come talk to me and lift people up for a half. Do you not have enough? Listen, I'm going to be real with you guys. When God yells at me, he goes, do you not have enough fucking time to come in here and talk to me for a half an hour? And if you think that is strange, if you think that's, oh, that's offensive, you said the word fuck. And I go, when God gets after me, he talks to me the way I talk to him. And he goes, you don't have a fucking half an hour for me? You got a half an hour to sit there and play on your fucking computer when you're falling asleep at night after a podcast. You got a half an hour to watch a fucking movie or more when nothing else matters. And I go, I do. And he goes, so you can't come in here in the morning. Whenever you wake up, I'm not putting in demand when you wake up, but I'm putting demand on you. You can't spend a half an hour with me and just talk to me, pray with me, lift other people up. And I go, yes, Lord, I can. And I struggle with that. And I want you out there to know that that's what I struggle with.
I understand that struggle because when you get up in the morning, you've got a list of things that you want to accomplish.
Yeah.
Because other people, I get too wrapped up in other people's shit, things that they want me to do that has nothing to do with me, but it's their shit, and I feel like I need to accomplish it. So I'm off to the races, and rather than spending time in reading, and in prayer, I'm off to the races.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the day's gone.
Yeah. And that's my thing. I wake up in the morning. This morning, I woke up certain time, and by the time I get out of bed and establish my day, and he's like, "You don't have any time for me?"
I try to pray multiple times a day.
That's great. Whatever your mechanism is, that's great. The Lord requires me to set aside time at the beginning of my day.
Spend a little time in the Word.
Struggle.
Just reading.
Yeah. But it's a discipline. It's a struggle.
Yeah.
And the Lord's like, "What is your fruit?" And I look at it and go, "It's not my cussing. It's not my having an alcoholic drink. Those are not my fruit. My fruit is when people walk into the door of the man cave, they feel love. They feel peace. People don't even know how to articulate it. I've watched people walk in and they go, it's not the environment. They walk in and they feel like, I can relax here. That's called the peace of God. And they don't even recognize it. And I go, that's okay.
It's like the clubhouse I always wanted.
It's the clubhouse. Exactly. And people don't realize that is an atmosphere that has to be created. When I walk the floor here and just pray for all of my people that I'm connected with, I don't want to say friends and family because that's not the dynamic. The dynamic is the people that I'm connected with, my people. I claim all of my people. When I walk the floor through the man cave, and the Lord just says, pray for that one and pray for that one. He made me do this today. I'm giving you guys some insight into my prayer time. There were certain people that I was praying for, and he said, I saw them in my mind. I saw the people. I recognized their name or their face or whatever it was. And he goes, I need you to speak it out. I said, okay, Lord, I lift up. This is one of my prayers. I say, I lift up so-and-so to before you. And I felt every time I said, I lift up, I lift up this person. In those moments, I felt an overwhelming peace come over me that I was doing what was required of me. Not the least amount, not the maximum, but what I was required. I lift up this person before me. Before you, Lord, I lift up this person. And I pray for people. And I just listen to the Holy Spirit on how to pray for people. So we got to get back to. I got shotguns, I got fucking firearms, I got all this stuff. I got opinions, I got attitudes, I got ideas. Everybody at this table's got dynamics that they want to express. But how we care for people that we love when nobody's looking, when only God is requiring you to put them before him and love on them. That's where we all need to be. And that is the most vulnerable, unique places that we could ever find ourselves in. And God's going, I don't give a shit about your personality. I was taught in church for years, maintain a good reputation with outsiders. You know what? You're always going to find somebody who doesn't fucking like you. You're going to maintain a reputation with outsiders. You're always going to find somebody that doesn't fucking like you. What are we talking about? You know how you maintain the ultimate reputation with outsiders? It's to love one another as you love yourself and the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. There are 2 commandments Jesus said. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And love one another as you love yourself. And that on the surface, it's great. In the depths, there's a real rubber meets the road deepness in that dynamic. Because you have to figure out who the fuck you are. before you can sit down with other people and figure out who the fuck they are. Because everybody's struggling with something. They've been indoctrinated. They've been coerced. They've been pushed over here and pushed over there through their own inferiority and insecurity into places that they never wanted to be, but that's where they're at. Can you love them like you love yourself through your inferiorities and insecurities and your indoctrination?
Yeah, but I'm going to challenge you on that, because you can love someone from afar. You don't need to invite them into your world. If this person is toxic to you, you need to see that they're toxic, and you need to say goodbye and push them out of your world, but love them from afar.
True. But doesn't that come back to your self-identity?
Yeah, you have to love yourself first.
You have to come to your self-identity, and it's easy to identify people who are being disingenuous in their identity, and you don't feed into their philosophy. We've gone long tonight. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate our guests off camera. Appreciate everything. Love it. Mr. Coffee, Stacy Rutledge.
Next time, I've got to make sure he's the first person I call when I have a good problem.
Holy shit. You guys got to work out the salad incident. Yeah. Larry Parsons, Kelli Uphaus Patrick Acton. Love you all for tuning in for us. Like, share, and subscribe. Hope we didn't miss any chats on that, but love you guys all tonight. We'll catch you guys the next time, and I'm going to close out the show.
Try to stay dry.
Hey,
Try to
Jeremy.
stay dry.
You should look at my phone real quick. I copied you.
Dude, it's completely gone.
What happened?
Dude, the whole system fucking crashed over there.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Every single one of the monitors.
Oh,
Tim got so frustrated he left his office.
I don't blame him.
His whole office crashed?
No, his office.
He said he couldn't restart it until everything was done. So.
Yeah.